Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Hi, Nexus. Hi, Shredder. Why am I was removed? Oh shit, I'm frozen. Yeah, okay, I'm here. I removed because I feel like mod work is fine currently. I feel like, and it. Okay, I not gonna lie, it scared me a little bit yesterday, but I wanted to put you into VIP because you're still like, yeah. But apparently there's like a maximum amount of VIP that I could put. I didn't know. Thanks, Twitch. I mean, here, look at this. Hi, Ixen. I actually didn't know there's like a maximum amount of VIPs. Hi, Brian. Didn't know there was a VIP maximum either. What's the cap? I could count it. Then it doesn't say the amount here. 1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11、12、13、14、15、16、17、18、19、20、21、22、23、24、25、26、27、28、29、30、31、32、33、34、35、36、37、38、39、40、41、42、43、44、45、46、47、48、49、50、51、52、53、54、55、56、57、58、59、60、61、62、63、64、65、66、67、68、69、70、71、72、73、74、75、76、77、78、79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 128, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, 134, 135, 136, 137, 138, 139, 140, 1 58 apparently. Oh, some of them is just moderator, so maybe mods doesn't count. Not only just scared, but to be completely honest, the behavior is a little bit. Just a little bit. Got me worried for a second. Actually, for quite a bit. But still, I wanted to add you into VIP. I could. You know what? I could. Okay, let me check this one. I actually didn't check. I actually didn't check this page for quite a bit, I would say. I mean, for quite a bit. Actually, forever. Oh yeah, there's the editor thing as well. Wow. Okay, I forgot about editor. I mean, I would say that I know everyone here because obviously I know everyone here because it's VIP. Yeah, I just didn't expect that there's gonna be a maximum amount of VIPs. I'm surprised. Brandon, hi. Welcome in. Hope you are doing good. I wonder if there's like any. I mean, it would be ridiculous, right? Is there a way to like add more VIP? I don't think there's a way to add. New artist badge and emote attribution. You can now give artists in your community the recognition they deserve. Assign the artist badge to Twitch users through the roles manager and add artist attribution to new and existing emotes in the emote manager. That's not what I'm trying to look for. Well. Maybe it depends on channel size or is similar to emote slots. Probably. I guess it's time for having my own opinion on the situation. It's Look, it's not... Demodding you doesn't mean... Okay, yeah. I'm just gonna open up Faith, it's fine. Also, by the way, the music that I'm listening to right now, hell yeah, look at this. Apparently this new Tekken 8 music has been released by Yellow Motion. I don't know how they got the music, but I'm enjoying this. This is like a little bit of a mix between the helipad music in Tekken 7 and then plus a lot more into it. It's like with more posh into it. It's like, yep. You know what? I like it. I like it a lot. It doesn't really fit the faith mood that I'm gonna play afterwards. It kind of does. I'm just here to beat the shit out of Gary. I'm gonna beat the shit out of Gary. Anyway, here's Faith. I'm gonna close this. I wonder if my controller works. Give me a second. Oh yeah, I might need to move the... I'm gonna move the screen as well. Crap. I think it just do... display cat... Ah, crap. I believe it was like this.
Gary loves you.
No, Gary specifically said that he doesn't love me. I got debated.
Godro bongo, Godro bongo, Godro bongo, Godro bongo.
Creator can unlock more VIP badges by getting more viewers to chat during streams, specifically getting 10, 15, 20, 25, 50, 100, 200 unique chatters in a stream will unlock 20, 30, 40, 50. So I was, so...
September 21st,
I guess I'm at 50?
It's been 1 year since I first went inside that house.
Oh, 25 chatters, that's not bad.
I have
Hi,
to
Tylra.
finish what I started.
MEB, but also
What I
where?
am about to do has
Honestly, I'm
been
sleepy too.
approved.
I have the... You know what? I overdosed a little bit yesterday because I didn't really count the calories that I'm eating. I injected the usual amount, but I eat a lot less, and I went to like badminton, and then I got hypo symptoms afterwards. Like, I'm fine now. I'm okay. So, is this gonna lead me back to Gary? I think this is gonna lead me back to Gary, right? Oh, sorry. The screen is too much to the left. I think this is fine, right? Let me check. Is that too much to the left, or... I actually cannot tell. I can't believe we're just getting into it. Like, there's no... Okay, look. Alright? Something happened last night. When I was trying to fight Gary, I didn't think I have enough time to... I didn't think it's gonna take so long for me to beat Gary. See, that's the problem. And it's so rough too that I need to beat Gary all in one. It's like, oh god. It's a very oh god situation. Also, I don't like this move. But apparently this move, if I just stay here, it should be fine. Alright, let me try to beat Gary. You know what? If I beat this first try today... I don't know what I'm gonna do. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ooh. That works. Yeah, this is stupid hard, by the way. But the music is actually bumping. Go, John, go. Go, John, go. Give him a crucifix. Yikes. Double? That's so that's Malphas and Gary together, right? Uh-oh. Oh, lucky. Oh, is that Alu? Oh, are they the same? Is Alu Malphas or Malphas Alu? I don't really understand anymore. Alright, there we go. And then now it's like... "10 hours of fighting." This is cool, though.
Malphas and Gary, sitting in a tree, Fucking.
Excuse me? Gary and Malphas sitting in a tree? Hey yo. This move is hard to dodge, by the way. I hate it. The fire and this is fine, I think. And then the fireworks, I know how to dodge it. It's literally just fireworks, this one. It's so cool. And then the flame coming in. If I remember correctly. Look, I was learning last night and then the game just bullshits me so hard. This music is absolutely bumping, by the way. Oh, don't get greedy, don't get greedy, don't get greedy, don't get greedy, don't get greedy. I mean, considering it's New Blood, they're making this kind of music, I'm not I'm not too surprised, but at the same time. Kinda am a little bit. Alright, gaming. Alright, gaming. I forgot how to dodge this. Hold my ground. Okay. Okay, I think that's like the first. Yeah. Okay, so that's a full set of moves. Malphas. Music's absolutely bumping. Okay, there we go.
We diddle we D mean speed.
How is that getting what? Sex-based term? We diddle, we need speed? There's something wrong with that. I'm allowing that. Automod doesn't like you, Die Hard Dwarf. I didn't anticipate this game to inspiration from Bullet Hell games. Yeah, I wasn't expecting a Bullet Hell section of this game, to be honest. And it's well balanced, to be honest. Like, it's hard because John is kind of slow, but they balance it out by kind of making the... Uh-oh. Okay, all good. Making the things very readable. I think the most bullshit move is this one. Because you never know when they're gonna explode. They're gonna... Okay, we good. So if we just keep repeating it... If I just keep repeating it, it should be fine. Don't get hit way too many times because John will still die. Oh fuck! What? That's the first hit I took. It's gonna be the second hit I took. Oh, okay. The D words have an alternate meaning in English. Diddle? it's bullshit, but also it's the same. At the same time, it can deal the most damage to it. Like, look at that. It looks like they're trying to go for the fire. Am I wrong? Go to the fire. Go to the fire. So am I supposed to kill... Am I supposed to exercise Miriam when she's close to the fire? How would I know that? That's a little bit too specific. Okay, no escaping. Oh god, I walked into it. Yeah, they're both going to the fire. What if I go to the fire when that happens? I'm gonna try it because it just repeats. Yeah, this one just repeats. Oh! Cool beans, cool beans. Go to the fire, go to the fire. Ah! So that's what I need to do. So I did it? I'm red. Uh-oh. Why did that not occur to me yesterday? I have no idea what those words meant. Oh. Oh, you did. Oh, there goes Gary, I guess. Yes, hi Amy, I'm back. I do not trust you.
Amy, I'm so sorry. I couldn't save you.
Are you sure? Time to die? Finally exorcise you? I couldn't move. Oh, I'm pressing it. Oh my god.
Amen.
Amen. That's it? We saved Amy? I mean, save? Amy is now bones. Why did all the police die though? Like, why did that happen? Oh my god.
So easy goes. Yes.
Yes.
What I encountered down there was truly unspeakable, but I destroyed it with the help of the Lord.
Damn, John.
You destroyed a mighty people and disrupted the prophets of God. But the unspeakable is still still out there.
Really?
It must be hunted down and destroyed. You've grown stronger, John. I can see it.
But we just met.
Spiritual warriors like you. John!
Lisa?
Lisa, what are you doing here? John, please don't go. You don't have to keep fighting. We can leave this place together. Live the rest of our lives in peace.
Oh.
Lisa, I still have so many questions. I need to figure all this out or I'll never be able to rest. Then let's figure it out together.
Wow, Lisa, okay. Huh? The secret ending behind those secrets I keep finding. I need to choose? Are you saying I need to choose? Really? Who is Lisa? I love Mortis. Hi, Retrotome. No, Mortis is good. Mortis is good. Too bad I couldn't finish it yesterday, so I have to like stop the cliffhanger. How did it go? Garcia or Lisa? Okay, my question to Lisa: why is Lisa here? Lisa just suddenly appears in. Lisa just appears in chapter 3 and then wanting my help, but becoming a. But before I could intervene, Lisa becomes a vessel for Malphas? I am so confused. I mean, Garcia... Presumably she's a friend of John. Lisa is your girlfriend? I mean, she says it that way, but... What about Meredith? Yeah, I feel like Meredith is more of John's girlfriend, or... wife even, I don't know. You got the mouse out? Nice, cool. Guess I deserve that. I haven't done a good job as a mod and guess my ways of trying to help is inappropriate and I don't deserve to be a mod. You still deserve to be a VIP, I assure you. Podium was so scared and one of my cats was chasing it. You know what? I'm gonna go with Garcia first. Because I really don't know who Lisa is, but me and Garcia has been mailing each other for quite a bit, and I feel like I trust Garcia a little bit more. What if Lisa becomes a vessel again? I end up getting out of a broom and he leveled his own accord. It's not that you don't deserve that. We make mistakes, we learn together. I'm gonna go with... Yeah, let's go with Garcia first, because both of us have been mailing each other. Lisa... Lisa did say she'll be fine. Lisa did say that she'll be fine. In the apartment. Yeah, let's go with Garcia.
Let's go fight some demons.
Ayo. Let's go, Garcia! Can you play some? Can we play some Doom music in the car? Oh, that's it. That's the ending. Just like let's go find some demon. I mean, at least I get one last rotoscope between me and Garcia. Or between John and Garcia. No more dialogue? Oh, wait, I got ending 2 before. So I guess to get the other ending is go with Lisa? Ending 1, but it says ending 2. A new journey. I was trying to make things. Sure. Let me try to fight the demon again and then go with Lisa then. Okay, at least I know what to do. At least I know what to do. At least I know what to do. Alright, at least I know what to do. Okay. It's fine. Just bear with me, we're gonna fight Carrie once more. Or Malphas again. And Miriam. Oh my god. That was a bit close. I know this, bro. I'm gonna stay here. Two times? Oh. Okay, not too bad, not too bad. Okay. Oh, I forgot about this. I forgot about that. Yeah, I know you don't love me. That's why I'm gonna destroy you. The second time this time. Oh. Okay, when it stops moving like that, it's playing something. Cool. Okay, that was fast. Too close for comfort. Yo, double, let's go. Don't shoot arrows here. Oh god. Okay. I fought you so many times. There's no way I don't know how to dodge your moves now. Gonna shoot the poison soon. Yep. And fire. And then swoop. Swoop de whoop, whoop de swoop. Don't get greedy. Just dodge here. Oh. Oh, yikey beaky, that was bad. Stay away so that I can look at the trajectory. Okay, we're gaming, we're gaming. Should be close. Yep, there we go. I feel like that's too far, right? I don't want to risk it. Yeah, I feel that's too far. It's okay, it's okay. I can try again. That move is free. Might be a little bit too far. Let's go. Is Maya Amy's first name or last name? Although what happens here? Did Amy regain control and then just say Scary's a failure and then just sends it back to hell? How did Amy regain control after all this? Also, I thought this is gonna be canon indeed happening. Canon indeed, let's go. Hi Zoe.
Amy, I'm so sorry. I couldn't save you. En nomine Patri et Filii et Spiritus Sancti.
Also, that demon looks different. It's not just like a grey shade anymore. It has more structure to it. Amen. I think Maya is the female version of Mai, as in My Amy. Oh. So I can say like Tylra Maya.
So easy goes. Yes. What I encountered out there was truly unspeakable, but I destroyed it with the help of the Lord.
Mea culpa.
You destroyed it.
It's a lot of bodies.
That disrupted the profane Sabbath.
Sabbath.
Unspeakable is still out there. It must be hunted down and destroyed.
With shotgun?
Stronger, John, I can see it. I need spiritual warriors like you.
Oh, wait, guys.
Lisa, what are you doing here?
Guys. The screen is cut off. This whole time. I didn't even... Yep. Oh my god, I suck.
We can leave this place together. Live the rest of our lives in peace. Lisa, I still have so many questions. I need to figure out this out or I'll never be able to rest. Then let's figure it out together.
I'm going to Lisa, right? I mean, Garcia is like, let's go find some demon and then like do music plays. I'm gonna go, yeah, go with Lisa.
Okay, I trust you. Let's get out of here.
No. Who is Lisa though? Garcia has a gun, be careful. Was hard to judge during the fight, that's fair. I didn't notice towards the end, it's like, oh wait, I think the screen is cut off. I'm sorry. I wish it's like a little bit more elaborate, more elaborate. Oh my god, how do I pronounce that word again? Elaborate? Huh? Wait, the word ELOB something RATE. More that for the ending, you know, it's not just like okay, I trust you, let's go, or like let's go fight some demons and that's it. Maybe a little bit of the aftermath of what a little bit of aftermath of what I chose. You know, if I go with Lisa, what happens afterwards? Just a little bit. You know, just a little bit. Ending 2, another new journey. Is there no ending one? Huh. Anyway, it's the default ending. Oh, I didn't break the seal ending, right? Oh, there must wait, but if I didn't break the seal, it's like, oh, it's like a new purpose or something. There must be ending 1. Yeah, I think when I first played, I got ending 1. I just forgot. I probably forgot. Like that. And Perry made the plushie. Still like it a lot. Well, I guess that's the ending that we got. There's one thing in my mind though. What's up, Brian? You know what the perfect follow-up for To Faith is? What? What's the perfect follow-up? Dusk. I don't think I have Dusk though. I do have a Medieval. I have this, but not Dusk. I forgot why I bought this one. but it looks cool. Oh, it has like melee weapons. That's why I bought it. But before I end Faith though, there's one small thing that I want to try out. I don't know how small it is, but what if, what if I just get into the car and then leave immediately for the 3 days? That's probably gonna lead to like the worst ending in the game possible, right? Like, if I don't do any of that shit, if John didn't try to save Amy in these 3 days, what's gonna happen? I feel like it's gonna be different, right? Right? I feel it's probably gonna be different. Also, I don't know how to unlock Turbo. It's okay. I'm gonna try it. Oh, I forgot I cannot skip. Oh my god, I cannot skip this. Oh my god. Bye, chomp. Fine. You talked me into it. Maybe the third time I understand a little bit more. So that's not Garcia, right? That's someone else. That's Allred. And Allred died. John got Allred's golden crucible. Or crucifix, sorry. Golden crucifix. But the John that I've been playing has like the wooden crucifix, it looks like. The wooden crucifix. And then in the situation, John gets the golden crucifix, which, if I remember correctly, John has the golden crucifix on chapter 1. But chapter 2, if I remember correctly, chapter 2, John's crucifix is silver, and chapter 3 is bronze? The game's on sale right now, actually. What a coincidence. People Shape accidentally bought a second copy. Wow, Brian. Wow. Hell no, I'm not. It's okay, you don't have to buy it for me, just for me to play it. This is still very cool, by the way. I like this one. Hey father, hey father, hey father, hey father. Recipes ate me demonium. Oh, there's a split second of hand. Okay, so my plan for this mini playthrough is to just, you know what? I don't even want to read anything. I don't even want to read anything at all. Just forget all the notes, forget all the mail. I'm going to the place and I'm going back out. Period. I'm not doing anything. Leave? Yes. Yeah, I remind that DOS is one of my very few perfect 10 out of 10 games. To be able to spread the joy it contains would only bring me another word for joy. Huh. I mean, if you don't mind, then yeah. Alright, and then leave. Oh my god, it's a choice. That is terrible. I can just leave without doing anything. Uh-oh. What did it show that? Oh, Jesus. I'm helping. I'm helping. I'm helping. I'm helping. Okay, 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 okay. I'm just kidding, I can't buy it for you now. It's because you already have a copy that I bought it. What? Did you actually buy it? Oh my god, Brian. How you doing, Amy? No, shut up, shut up. Shut up. What if I don't do it? Huh? Father? What if I don't do it? What if I just keep doing it and see Amy absolutely destroy you? How about that? Okay, fine. Oh, that's spooky. Do you not see this? Parents? Mr. and Mrs. Martin, do you not see that? Some of my favorite games, actually don't regret it. Well, I appreciate that then, Brian. Thank you. I'm sure it's not. I can't live without my mentor father already. Okay. Oh, so John is like a new father. Because Aura is mentor. So John is like new. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready?
Don't worry, Amy, I'm coming.
The rotoscoping is so cool. You know, at first I thought it's just MS Paint painted over and over. That would be too much work. But then rotoscope is also a lot of work, but makes that look a little bit unique, you know? Wow, 4 letters. It would be a shame if I don't read all of them. There's reference videos in the game files to share goodies for where the game is installed. Dusk or Faith? Well, whoever wrote that letter, I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna go in there. Yeah, I'm leaving. There's some funny gifs and memes and a bunch of concept art sketches too. Concept art? Yes. In Faith? Okay, okay. Oh, it shows it shows the hint, the hint on how to destroy the seal. Oh, I see what that meant. Remember the first room, the bloody room? Yeah, it's a hint. Why if I ignore that? I'm just gonna ignore that. There's also a little surprise. There's also a speech at the very end of this game or something.
Mr. and Mrs. Martin.
Also, yesterday
Hello?
I did this and it's like very cool. Oh, spooky. Can I just leave? The rare cutscene. I know, right? I got this last night. It's like, oh my god, that's so cool. Cliff the mouse. Hi. I'm trying to do the nothing ending. I remember this just get a shit out of me. I don't know what that is. Alright, hey Amy. Hey Amy. Hey Amy. I saw you, Amy. Hey Amy.
Hello.
Hello.
Amy, are you in here?
Here's the riddle. How do you open the portal to hell? Sometimes it waits till the one who has already worked through it. Yeah, I was figuring that out last night. Did John went through? John went through the ritual? So John went through the ritual of getting his face cut? And then using a newborn passing through the whole. That is so nasty. Not canonically, no. Oh, okay. Wait, no. So I guess I got it wrong. Not literally. Oh. Also here, who's Meredith? This is the only time where Meredith got mentioned.
That's enough. We are doing this here and now. Dr. Allred, Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin? Again, True Gary hints at how to get the band ending. The portal to hell is when you open the final boss fight. Oh, that's so spooky though. The instant transmission by Amy. I'm kind of scared because I just go in and leave. What kind of ending am I gonna get? Alright, a mail. It would be a shame if someone didn't read it. Oh, oops. Gosh, I didn't see the mail though. Oof.
I'm not going in there.
How do I even get in there? 5 letters? Wait, how is there 5 letters? Wait, isn't like the third day is kindergarten, right? Kindergarten has 1 letter from Allred, I believe. Is it because I didn't save Lisa? I'm reading this because I don't know what this is. Okay, Father Garcia. John Flannery can continue stating they're watching me. I need to come over so it's... Oh, it brought over. So there's 5 in total. You can try to see the pieces. 1 letter on day 1, 3 on day 2, 1 on day 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so there is 5 letters. It's just like, I don't know, I guess. I hope that's not gonna affect what I'm going to do. Hey, going to the kindergarten. Uh-oh. Did I say that I'm going to the kindergarten? Oh, psych. I'm going back home. Bye-bye. I'm scared. This is gonna be such a bad ending, I feel like. I mean, of course it's gonna be a bad ending. I'm supposed to help John go through his fear, or like go through his regret by helping Amy. But here I'm just going back and forth. It's like, nope. Oh, wait, there's one more thing. I want to ask about. In the Gary section where John pleaded for help, and then the white figure comes out. I don't know if that's actually Angel, because like or like God, because how would a God just like just ask John to swear something like that? I think that's a little bit ooh F. Oh F, whoever that is. F. Oh oof. That looks painful. Oof. We don't remember anything further. Probably because it's an illusion. What endings have we gotten before this? So I did not destroy the 3 sigils, the first playthrough. Just now I destroyed the sigil, went into the crucible, and destroyed Gary, Malphas, and Miriam. And then I went to Garcia, and then I went with Lisa. And now I'm trying to do where I just don't do anything at all. Did Lisa survive when you had the ending and then destroy the seal? Lisa survived. No, Lisa didn't die. Ever. Because I chose not to kill Lisa at all. Oh, Lisa didn't die in all my playthrough. Then during John's speech at the end, he realizes what happened. What you're talking about? Wait. I recall correctly that he says he got tricked by a demon? Last year when I met Amy, yeah, that. Wait, that. So. That's new. It's not Father Aura is dead. Oh my god. Whoa! Oh my god, that's so scary. Oh! I cannot move! Yo, I never see that before. And John only realized it a year later. The figure of light was Satan in disguise? Holy shit, okay. The cross was upside down in the waking up cutscene too. Yeah, look at that. It's upside down. It's upside down, and I don't have my crucifix anymore. Things look a little bit different. Amy puppeting Alred's corpse. I need to check inside one last time. The key is in the basement. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, I don't like that. Someone at the door. Why is it different? Look through peephole? No. Look through peephole? Yes. And I'm looking away. Oh! 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 Oh, 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 basement. Oh, 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 key, basement. Oh, key, basement. Oh, 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 my god, what the fuck is that? Oh, you're so fast. Do not touch me, you fuck. Oh my god, the door is open. What? Oh shit. Ami? Yale Psychiatric Institute new patient intake form. Patient John Ward? Ethnicity white Caucasian. Assigned counselor Spinal James PhD. Health examination results height 6 6 feet 2 inches. I don't know how tall am I. I'm 106 cm cobalt. 185 lbs. That's pounds, right? Heart rate 92. That's kind of, yeah, that's normal. 135, 81. That sounds normal. It's one of the best bad endings ever experienced, in my opinion. The world is currently ending thanks to John's cowardice in action. Prepare to see the consequences of that. This is a heavy ending. Oh no! I didn't think it's actually a thing! This note gives the canonical reasons John moves so slowly. Oh, okay. Minor cuts and bruises, sprain in the left ankle. Patient is in a state of psychological shock. Existing condition. Asthma! Diminished mobility from childhood injury to right knee. Oh, wow. That's why. Asthma and diminished mobility to right knee. That sucks. It's gib leg. That's kind of sad. Yeah, now that I notice it, you see that? One leg is bigger than the other. You see it? I don't know if it's like on purpose, but now that I see it, you see that? One leg is bigger than the other. One leg is thicker than the other. Maybe I'm looking this too. Yeah, maybe I'm looking too much into this. Yeah, maybe I'm looking to Emmy. Uh-oh.
What do they want from me? Why are you tormenting me like this? I don't know how you ended up here. I just...
Oh. I'm sorry? Oh my god. Even Amy doesn't forgive John? Holy shit. Dude, this is heavy as fuck. Even Amy doesn't forgive John. John doomed Amy to save himself in 1986. God damn. Alright, okay. Literally made a deal with the devil, though he didn't realize it at the time. Yeah, just doomed Amy to the devil, and now Amy's face has been carved away a hole and made a portal to hell. I'm not even gonna describe what the portal to hell is, because I know the answer now and I hate it. Oh no, it's morbid as fuck. Oh no, I'm back here again. Oh my god. Didn't deserve this. It shouldn't happen to me. Oh. Have you figured out what they do with the babies? Not too sure. Don't they just pass through the holes? Question mark? A tidbit the dev revealed last time he streamed this that blew my mind. This is the Martian house as it actually appears. It looked like this in chapter 1 too, but John projected his memories of the original 1986 exorcism when he went in a year later. The biggest clue that this is the case is the fact the house looked very visibly decrepit from the outside, but when John entered in chapter 1, it was oddly quite nice and neat overall on the outside and in the inside. You're right, I never looked into that. So this is how it looks like originally from chapter 1, but because John projected his memory so hard that John wants to believe that this is still during the exorcism, I believe. Like, John still wants to get back into the time where he didn't sign the contract with the devil. Question mark? This is heavy as fuck. He saw the house as he saw in 96 first visit, yeah. There it is, the entrance to the abyss. This is sad. in the house that never existed. Oh. Oh, Jesus! Did you just... John gave up! I'm sorry, I missed a lot of things. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. That is another level of heavy. That... Oh my god, I'm gonna cry! John has comments in the miss most of the room of the house. If you don't want to miss any, make sure the twins room is the last room. Oh, sorry. Is someone who has no memory of the place? Yeah, what is this? Damnatio Memoriae means condemnation. Final endings chapter 3, I found it! A new vessel. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. Condemnation of memory, a practice from ancient Roman government where someone commits a degree of evil so severe that it's not enough to execute them. Everything connected to them is destroyed and it becomes forbidden to even remember them. In this case, John's cowardice in action caused him to suffer a fate worse than death, complete deletion from existence, which is what Damnatio Memoriae does in the context of this game. Oh my god. Oh my god, that... I actually did not expect that. That is so heavy. I feel like I could just cry. And I feel bad for every single person in the game. Amy, John, Garcia, everyone. The red hand is the Antichrist claiming John for hell. Yeah, John just submit to the devil towards the end. The dejected, the defeated posture for John, it's so sad. John just gave up. It sat there, accepted his fate. That made me feel all kinds of sad, to be honest. Okay, let's explore the house. If you want to see the rest of the comments, yes, I want to. I don't think I can go through that ending again. That is... that is super heavy. You can quit once you do if you don't want to see it again. It's really sad. It's really sad. I'm not gonna lie, I am at the verge of my tears just now. The entrance to the abyss. The music is so sad too. How can an NES music convey so much emotion? See, that is fucking amazing. Even the washing machine is broken. Hey, look, I'm the same color. Not the same color, but still. The detail is so precise in the graphics too. They are fucking genius. What can I say? Absolute genius. Absolute genius. It's like, it's comprehensible. Everything. I met the devil in this very room. And there you have it. You've met the devil in this very room. You want to get out so bad that you got tricked by the devil. But Satan in disguise, it's kinda scary though. Because now Satan can just disguise themselves as angel, an angel or god or something. Isn't that a little bit? It's all a little bit scary. Isn't that very freaking scary? Because you don't know. It's hard to blame John for what he did in 1986. He was basically begging for his life. And frankly, that dude, the devil, is probably the only reason Amy's demon didn't kill him too that day. But he gets blamed here for not trying to make it right. Just the burden that John goes through is saddening. Okay, do not go to the twins' room. The way you pronounce Satan is fucking adorable for some reason. Satana, because it's Satan Sing Sang. It's Cantonese. In Dragon Ball, there's like a Satan. Don't forget the attic, there's also a note there. Okay. Amy's room? Even the bed is just gone. This is sad. You should have had a normal childhood. I should have saved you. John. I don't think his demon would kill her because they need her for the ritual. Oh yeah, is it because I got... Oh, kill John. Oh yeah. Hi, Crimson. I wonder if she's still up there waiting for me. Why did I come up here? Why couldn't I just leave and never come back? The commander room before the attic is partially the worst. John has become so cowardly and self-loathing that he regrets even trying to help Amy at all. After things go south, he wishes that he just fled the house after Amy killed Alred and her parents never returned. I'm gonna cry. I feel so bad for John. Good God. Bob, I wouldn't be breaking client confidentiality like this if it didn't go way back. The situation is really starting to worry me. Cindy's delusions are much worse than she initially let on. I was careful to gradually introduce the reality of the situation to her. You were very patient with how she still spoke about them, the fake birthday parties, etc. I thought we were making progress when I got her to accept that she'd miscarried and that the twins are gone. So that's why. But she now seems convinced that they are trying to make contact with her and that she can find replacements for their spirits to inhabit. Does that sound familiar? Remember the house we found in that village in Nicaragua? Did you tell her about it? I don't know why you would, but I can't think of any other reason for why she would be talking about things like that. Come by my office as soon as you can. We need to talk about what to do next. Morris. So we have new characters here, Cindy and Morris. Bob and Cindy are Amy's parents. Hi Cauliflower. I could just kneel down and burst into tears in this situation. Morris is only this note though. Yeah, like new character. Is so dejected. John like. I don't think I can go through that again. I don't want to go through that again, but I think that's everything this house has to offer, right? I have a question. Who the fuck is Jeffrey? Oh yeah, someone mentioned Jeffrey yesterday, right? Everything changed the moment I stepped inside this house. Even the entrance is blocked. The Muslin Clinic. How did Jeffrey get there? Implied to be one of the baby's kids, they were doing things, the pills, injections, etc. Goddamn. Well, that was one hell of an ending. Such an innocuous name, I fucking love it. Jeffrey? Get the pills. Jeffrey's a fucking pro, dog. It's definitely not a trail demon because he killed by mundane means. The cops were definitely a human that was corrupted. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. I didn't exorcise Jeffrey, but Jeffrey got shot to death. And I recently played Condemned for the first time earlier this year and found it a similar kind of horror. Your cross does affect Jeffrey, slows him down in game, but it's impossible to defeat him in chapter 3 if only the cross. You know what? I'm gonna go through it once more. This is very sad, but I just feel incomplete just going back to the main menu like that. Alright, brace yourself, guys. Brace yourself. I'm bracing myself too because I'm at the verge of tears. I'm bracing. Who's the white demon again? Oh, Michael, yeah. This is so heavy, by the way. Like, like, it's so bad that it's just the word Damnatio Memoriae on the screen, and the music plays. That's it. It's so fucking heavy, and it's so perfect for a bad ending. Yeah, John doesn't die, but John's memory has been erased to all eternity. It's so... I never experienced a bad ending like this, you know, I never did. Oh my god, I'm actually at the verge of my tears. It's so fucking... It's so bad, it's so good. Does it make sense? I hope so. My god. My god. The game's got zombies and monsters are real horror, then they aren't. They're just people, twisted and deformed, but people real tangible who live lives. It wasn't supernatural, it was just human. If you remember from the true ending path, there's another exposure to Damnatio Memoriae. It's written on the floor before you jump down the 7th floor of the unseen world. Yeah! I remember that. So, Tiffany... If Tiffany is Damnatio Memoriae, but I met Tiffany, that's bad, right? I have a body of a pig. In that case, Timmy's mother committed such atrocity trying to bring him back to life that she got herself and the entire 7th floor deleted for existence. Ooh. This ending is one of the best music in the game? Yes. Sad to say, yes. It's so sad. It's so heavy. It's so dejected. it's perfect for this scenario. It's so more, yeah. Same. So many explanations. Thank you, Cliff. Seventh floor makes so much fucking sense. It's all saying towards building that macabre simulacrum, but Debbie, the mom, is at least confirmed to be in the picture, so most assume it's her. Timmy's dad is never mentioned. Is that Morris? Which picture? The actual picture I meant in the picture is in Timmy's life. I have a bunch of notes in this game, and in my own stream of it last month, much expensive info dump of everything I could remember to mention at the time as I played, up to including speedrun cheese strats for some of the fights. Commitment, dedication. What can I say? Doing lots of work. I feel like you're me when Tylra played my house.1. Yeah, you were like the info for me. But the corpse that in the 7th floor room with the sculpture looked like short hair instead of long hair, which are very blatant, so I assumed. Oh, you mean after the Tiffany fight and then we go back to the 7th floor, there's like a huge something on the crucifix that's filled with meat. That room? The light blue body. Yeah, isn't the light blue body Timmy? I completely dissected the game, but the point inside I was able to clear things up after all was said and done, and I appreciate that a lot. I love it. Like it gives the game closure, and I love it. Only just beat Faith on ending 1 yesterday. Ooh, I'm sorry about the spoilers to you then. That massive thing was basically the attempt to create a new vessel for Timmy to inhabit. Kind of like what Cindy had to put in her head by the cold. Woof. Woof. I think that's Faith to its entirety. So what, do I do like a clap? It's like... That's the end of Faith, I guess. Like, I got everything. Not everything, because I didn't get all the notes. Yeah, I didn't get all the notes on every chapter, but I think it's okay. Yeah. I also think that the light blue color meant he was more or less like John, who is more blue, maybe. More in touch with his faith. Fucking great, amazing game. This is officially my very rare 10 out of 10 list. Yes, it's a very rare 10 out of 10 list for me as well. You can set demons to disabled and start a run to see something new. Can I disable demons? Oh wait, there was a option to disable demons. Uh-oh, I cannot unlock it now. Out demon. Check out GMV I didn't on what's a GMV? I think we need all endings in all chapters. What? Am I missing some endings? I mean, I got all endings in chapter 1. But oh, I think chapter 2 I didn't find all the endings, right? It should say in the achievement.
I'm a demon. For good. But what pew 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 ka plow.
Game music video. Oh. Gone too far. All endings in chapter 1. And then all endings in chapter 3. But I didn't have endings in chapter 2. Yeah, I only got one ending in chapter 2. I don't think for a live, you go to new survival mode, boss rush thing, set demon on check and started its funny. New survival mode, boss rush? How do I get that? Marathon? Oh my god, there's so many things. How do I coming soon? Conjuration? I'm sorry, I don't know how to unlock anything. I have to check the goodies folder. There's a small amount of more content. Well, I'm sorry I can't do the things they asked me to do. I think sorry was more good Christian boy achieve. Christian boy. Small moment. Okay, the extras folder, right? Let me get there. Infamous, the Christian boy. Chapter 2's main two endings are just finishing the fast for you guys your life and death. I did that! But I keep getting the same ending. You know, I'm surprised we will see it. It certainly shocked me pretty good. It's a jump scare? Oh no. Goodies. Memes? Hey yo, we petting Michael? Let's go. I should open some music. I don't like the dead silence. I don't like it. Can I listen to Tekken 8 music again? Oh, oops, that's not the one. If you complete one or two of the demonic acts, but not all three, you unlock into the same ending you get if Garcia dies. But I thought I didn't do any of them. I even tried out multiple playthroughs. The best ending for chapter 2 and the ritual ending. I could do that. I could try again. I just started. It's only 2 PM. The best ending not allowed by a glitch? Oh no. I gotta listen to Tekken 8 music. I hope we get some line. Oh hell yeah. After that very sad ending, I think we should listen to some Tekken 8 music. Look at this! Look at this! It's Tekken 8! Oh my god, I cannot wait to play it! Oh my god! One out of 3 chapter 2 endings, yeah. There's also the chapter 2 prologue, which is some good backstory. I did it. If you really needed to get good ending several times, I always went to ending 2 for some reason. You can check out the GMV. I'm sorry, I'm not in the mood to check out GMVs for now. For now, of course. Whereas formerly the chapter 2 demo is now a piece of normal story. Partial ritual? She was trying the full ritual. She never found. So if I got even just the partial one. Oh my god, 3D John, it's so cursed. It's 3D John. Thanks. 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 There are 3 demonic acts that you get the secret / bad ending if you do all 3. Okay. Oh my god, look, it's Senor Pedro. I missed all 3 in my first playthrough. I got 1, I think. I let the kid into the. You fed the child to the confession box monster. Yeah, I did. Hey yo, RTX on, let's go. It has to be done. It has to be done. Pondering the orb, yeah. Garcia's head is broken! Garcia, are you okay? Your head looks broken though. I love rotoscoping, just makes things like this. It's amazing. Rotoscope is amazing, by the way. Morbius? Am I Morbin? Is there sound in this one?
More BS.
More BS. More BS.
More BS.
More BS. You kind of like the meme sometimes. Anything more? Faith related. Whoa. Betrayal Romanium. Pedia. That's a lot of stuff. New project? PNG? New Blood Pixel? Mock? Where to? PNG? Oh, is this like a concept? Where we go? Daycare apartments. Oh! Oh! It used to be like a choose your own adventure for chapter 3. But instead they made it like a progression system. Like, progress from one place to the other, one by one. Yeah, choose where to go each day. I think there will be a little bit too much choice, I think. I think the current one is like perfect. It's a real deal. Me and the streamer used to follow translator to check the exorcism step by step. Yeah, the method now is pretty good. Are they trying to do Garcia in 3D? Or is this Oren? It looks like tank controls too. PS1 Garcia? Let's go. Okay, it's Garcia. Oh, Oren looks a little bit more older than this. PS1 Garcia though, look at that, hell yeah. With tank controls, I will cry. Is it? Am I the only one that absolutely abhors tank controls? I just feel like there's no control over the character. It's like left and right to turn, and then forward to move forward, back to move back. It's like, it's so painful. You ground them. Uh oh, Garcia, no! Come back, you're gonna clip to the back rooms. Oh, this is the... When John gets injected, this is one of the scenes. Michael 87. Oh my god, it's so spooky. Cutscene Pro version, let's go. I understand why they hate it, but I feel like I have a lot of control over it. Is that a fucking rake? Oh, is that the rake? I don't know what rake is though. Oh! Oh, it's an upside down crucifix. Oh, what an attention to detail. Which one is the one? This is the mirror demon. It's a sound-based monster, I think. Rake? Oh. By the way, that crazy set of visions you get when you're injected has some scene that directly show things relevant to the game, but all of the random scenes here shown, they are depictions of lyrics in the song King of Pain by the Police. Tank controls can add to the atmosphere. It could cause me panic. I guess that's I guess that's the reason. I guess there are 3 concept designs for this cornfield demon. The rightmost was used. Oh, cornfield demon. The Shelley's demon. I don't remember, but this is the mirror. This is the mirror demon. I feel like I've seen these two, but I don't remember. Faith VR test? Faith VR? Oh my god, it's Michael. Run! I have the body of a pig. Hi, Michael. Get hit. You won, pussy. You won. You won. Andorf did say there was a specific song that each chapter was inspired by. That's pretty amazing. Uh-oh. Where's the rest? Which one did we look at? Okay, here. Garcia running, dude. I wonder Garcia running in chapter 2. How about that? The Garcia running in chapter 2 is perfect. It's like dancing. Garcia is so cool. Oh, this is so fucked. I remember this. Oh, this is the camera section. The camera section. The first flash, second flash, and the third flash, and they have to run away. Game broken. Faith. Peekaboo, demon. Garcia like, quote, well, you can't expect to beat the devil with faith only. Something gonna bring some lead just in case. See, Garcia is cool. John Pixels. Literally just pixels. Is it the same demon that's in chapter 2? It looks like it, yeah. What's that? Okay. Oh, that's spooky. The logos and everything. Is that Amy? Oh. Tiffany, Gary, and Amy, right? Amy is just Amy is just like poor person. Got dragged into all these. What's with the shack? Oh, these are all like the mini boss, right? Why is there a fake Gary? Oh, sorry, fake, there's a fake John. There's a few I feel like I didn't see. Now these are in the final game. Anti-John, just a couple. Yeah, a lot of that. I feel like they are like close to the one that I've seen. Mirror Demon, yeah, this one. Mirror Demon. Two babies. It's just amazing how they can convey such messages in just pixels. It's amazing. I couldn't do that, honestly. Like, I made art, but I don't think I can do something like this. A comprehensive pixels that shows exactly what they are. I think that's another form of skill right there. Baby. Oh, this is one of the vision when John got injected as well. Yeah, the chuch. And Orsa's reputation is well earned. Definitely. Just able to convey an idea, but you have to finish it yourself. Oh, you're right. Look, it's 3D Michael. This is Miriam, right? This is so cool. If you look closely on that cutscene, you can see John and Lisa in that scene, as well as for the kids, who are all grey. In the injection cutscene. Ooh, I hate this. Faith Chapter 3. That looks so cool. But it's gonna show who this is, right? Unless you play, unless you play through the game, you don't know who this is. This is Gary, right? I mean, Gary with the cloak. I think we unlocked that as a border of the game now called Gary Loves You. Border of the game? Oh yeah, there's also like Exorcism English. Faith, the story so far. Don't text. Oh. Can I like... I love that they went the Ganondorf method for Gary. Looks like a Gandhi without a cloak. No stuff in this document has been retconned. Gary's last name used to be Murphy, for example. So it's like Gary Murphy? On Gary Murphy's request, Amy gets a friend to drive her to the clinic for what she believes to be a work party. The cultists drag Amy to the basement of the clinic and abuse her. Oh! The Martians find Amy on their doorstep in a drug state. She spends the night in the hospital. Witness a number of paranormal occurrences. Oh shit. In the original Legend of Zelda, Ganondorf is all over the manual and the intro to the game, and he's the main antagonist for the whole story, but you only see him on the last screen of the game. The entire game is a build to seeing what the mysterious Ganon looks like. Gary is that. Kinda, yeah. John Ward accompanies Father Allred to Martin's home first exorcism. Amy has been restrained in the basement, escapes her bonds and hides throughout the house, terrorizing the priest and her family members. After cornering her in the attic, Ward attempts to perform the exorcism himself. This enrages one of his possessing Amy and she escapes again, murdering her parents and putting her younger brother in a debilitating trance. Younger brothers? Isn't that... Is this document that twins do exist? Damn. John flees the Martin residence with a wounded Father Allred. Oh, this is different. They were miscarried in the final game. Oh yeah, this is like the... Hey, Jason. But Garcia takes custody of Michael Davies, who is afflicted with demonic possession. He restrains Michael in the basement of his apartment and begins an exorcism that will last nearly 3 months. Father Garcia received a letter from the Vatican instructing him to turn Michael over to his parents once more. Michael is returned to his home in a horribly malnourished, deformed state. Father Gallardo flies to Rome with a representative from the Vatican for debriefing. It's neat to see all this background information. Yes, it adds so much to the world building. I love it. It's just something. It fills my brain with information. It's like, yeah, information. Give it to me. The Davies are terrorized by a steel-possessed Michael, having formed a psychic link with Michael during the months-long exorcism. Father Gallardo arrives at the Davies' home, hoping to finish what he started. It can be a little confusing to read stuff that contradicts what was in the game, but supposedly things that aren't contradicted can be assumed to be canon. Okay. Michael escapes with Father Gallardo in pursuit. This is all 87 now. The cultist brings Amy to the basement of her home, where the second death ritual is performed on her. The ritual is accompanied by animal sacrifices and the cursing of various objects around the property. Amy is left in the basement while the cultists leave to gather offerings that will be passed through the gateway. Babies? Like this whole thing with Michael going back home and causing issues that never happened. John shot him after he escaped Garcia. Oh yeah, that's the canon chapter 1 ending, right? Believing his nightmares may be some sort of omen, John Ward drives to the Martin residence 1 year after the ill-fated exorcism. In the woods surrounding the Martin's home, Ward is attacked by a demonic Michael Davies while Father Gallardo watches from a distance. Ward manages to enter the Martin's residence and confront the demonic Amy, who has already undergone the gateway ritual. So this is different, right? Because when John Ward reaches the Martin residence, Amy has already gone through the thing, I believe, the ritual. Ward resumes the exorcism he started. After some difficulty, he witnesses a demonic hand erupt from the gateway as Amy attacks him with increased aggression. Finally, enough demonic influence is exorcised from Amy and she flings herself out the attic window. Believing he had finished what he started, Ward makes his way back to his car. He is attacked by Michael one more time but manages to fend it off with a rifle. There it is. Wounded, Michael staggers onto the road and is run over by an 18-wheeler. Ward escapes along the Snake Hill Meadow Road. There it is, the canon ending 1, chapter 1 ending. so cool though. Don't save. Okay, I believe this is just like the exorcism in English, question mark? Exorcism in certain supplications. Wow. He didn't go there deliberately, though it's possible the demonic influence around the Martin house attracted me subconsciously. It's just that in an actual story, Michael doesn't go back home in between. Is there any indication as to how much time passed between his escape and his death? English translation according to the typical edition. I'm not reading all that, I'm sorry. Cool though. Ritual Romanium. Romanum. Digital copy of a book that was preserved for generations on library shelves because carefully scanned by Google as part of the project to make the word book discover online. Yo! It's worth noting Erdorf has confirmed that they are in fact Christian. I mean, the game itself is very Christian, no? Even towards the end it just says Amen. Demon Siege. Are you telling me that's a game in a game? Crack Ghost Games? Oh, I can use my controller for this. It's a Vampire Survivors clone, very simple. Tutorial. You can probably press space to use. Whoa! Oh, demon! Right click, control holy water. Whoa! Prepare thyself. Whoa! Plus run range. Dude, I can play this for days. Oh, demon! Oh, go! It fits, right? The music. Don't question it. Can I do anything with this? Cost 15, 100, 150, 20. Oh no, demon! Oh, demon! Oh, demon! Oh, demon! Yo, let's go, I'm so good. They kinda hear this Sonata under. Yeah. This is Sonata actually, here. And then let me pause the music. I'm so fucking hyped that you went back and finished this game. Yeah, so I'll done yourself. Thank you. I mean, I enjoy. Tom? When I'm afraid, I put my trust in you. Do I? Medkit heals 1 HP. Plus 1 holy water grenade. Why are you scared of horror games? Because they're a horror game. This game scared the absolute shit out of you. It did, it totally did. But honestly, the story kept me going. So, yeah. Also, yeah, because horror games, yeah, I'm supposed to be scared of them. And also the fact that I'm a fucking pussy. Did you just say what I'm about to do is not approved by the Vatican? I'm so good at this game, holy shit. Look at the kiting, look at the kite. I'm so good. my god, man. How do you even find gamer like myself? Chance to double money from demons? +1 bullet speed, holy water, med kit. Of course I want more money, excuse me? The screen shake. I wonder if you got the elevator lady RNG even when you did true. Yes, I did. I didn't know the elevator lady is gonna kill me. That one scared the bejesus out of me. The letter? Oh shit, I forgot what it said. Mini. I think I used my holy water. Unless I have unlimited supply of holy water. The elevator lady is a reference to the original elevator game Creepypasta. Yo. I wonder if you get a Gatling cross. That would be great. Like, increased attack speed maybe, please? Like, there's only bullet speed up, but no attack speed up, you know what I mean? In any game possible, I would just get attack speed up. Ooh. Ooh. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Nuh-uh. Look at the kite. Holy grenade! Is someone shooting? Oh no. Grenade! I don't have grenade anymore. I'm playing the carry route. I'm gonna get carried by the goat skull. Oh, what was that? Oh, is that a goat skull effect? I got double the money. Grenade! No more grenade? Okay. Ooh, let's go. It's night. And I have things. Creates an arrow that points to demons. +1 reload time. Reload up. So I guess reload up is the speed up then, I assume. Let me try it. It is still very slow. Still very slow. John, you could pray faster than this, John. Oh my god, look at the particles! There's a real creepypasta sequence that you can use to get the 7th floor. That was super cool. If ammo is limited, I usually go for damage upgrade first. The original creepypasta about traveling to another world, the game adapted it as being the way to reach the unseen world where Tiffany went under second death in herself. And the deleted 7th floor can only be accessed by way of the unseen world, which makes sense in the universe. The game itself is very cool, not gonna lie. Alright, come at me, bro. Bonesaw is ready. Come on my face, brother. Oh! No! Walao Mati lah aku. Apa kamu buat ni? Saya mati sudah. Jangan macam ni, bang. Kenapa kamu mau bunuh saya? Nice, double money. Let's go. Nice. I'm actually enjoying this. Is this bad? I'm actually enjoying this. Oh no. I mean, oh yes. But I'm almost dead. Yeah, get sniped. This is fun. Why is this fun? But this is fun. Let's go. Range up, wine glass, power of spawning. Oh yeah, there are power-ups. Is there any indication as to why elevator sequence is relevant to reaching the 7th floor? On the notes, the idea is that you can only ever see the deleted 7th floor by way of reaching the unseen world. With drawing your elevator friend, there's a tiny ring in Roman numerals. Again, notes, I know they're Roman numerals. Is there any other significance? As far as in game, you're basically funneled to the 7th floor automatically after finding Tiffany. And then you just like donkey. Born Saw is ready. It's so good. It's like the top 100 game, I think. And it's always Super Mario Brothers 2, baby. I missed the video. It's good. Though I have seen a few players just go down floor 1 and leave without even realizing they got the 7th floor at that point. So there's a chance to get into 7th floor by random chance? Question mark? Uh-oh. Nope. Oh my god, I got sniped. Help. Help. What does Miriam do? Boss Miriam. Not even close, baby. I haven't watched Donkey in a long time. I remember that I found out Donkey from his Street Fighter 4 Rainbow Edition videos. Just gonna snipe the snipe. I'm playing as a sniper, not a gasoline gunner. Gaming? I almost died. Oh, they keep spawning monsters, okay. Oh, Miriam spawns monsters! Or demons at this point. I need to let Miriam come here. Gaming. Oh my god, I'm so gaming. Doubles the amount of demons spawn? Why would I do that? Yep. Why would I do that? Buy it anyway. Bullet speed. Don't need that, okay. Uh-oh. Game bugged. Not enough cash. Uh-oh. I think maybe Tylra might have done it too. What did I do? Uh-oh. Is it 7th floor not what Tiffany is on? Tiffany is in 7th floor. I find myself rewatching his video all the time. Great replay on those. Yeah, some of the good stuff there. I think the Lisa one is not bad as well. A lot of like the top games of the year is pretty good too. I would assume that Tiffany and Timmy's parents were on the 7th floor when Damnatio Memoria happened. 7th floor became part of the other side. The amnesia memory 8 didn't happen to Tiffany. She very deliberately performed the ritual on herself, separately from what happened to the 7th floor. So, Damnatio Memory 8 just happened to the entirety of 7th floor, not only on Tiffany, or not towards Tiffany directly. Alright, I should be very strong now. Nope, I'm still very weak. But I have double the demons now. I'm gonna be so gaming towards the end. Oh, hey, look, the demon goat. Yep. I'm just Little John. I'm just Little John. Oh my god, I'm just a Little John though. Oh, I can just hold my button, okay. Black and white shack, I don't think I like that. Help. Ooh, I got saved by the tree. This is gonna take a while, but I'm sure I can take them all on. I got this. I want to check out the black and white shack. Also, game, didn't you say that like some sort of power-ups? Come on, man, where's the power-up? I need it. Oh, dog. Oh, dog. Oh, dog. Oh, dog. Oh, dog. Oh, dog. Oh, ooh, dog. Oh, dog. Ooh, dog. Ooh. You know how hard it is to aim with this shit? Oh my god, dog. Oh my god, dog. I actually got killed by dog. So many leaps like that, I cannot hit them. Oh, I get sniped. Oh, I almost got sniped. Let's go, easy. It's my extra life tonight. Okay, let me go to the black and white shack. Is it open?
I don't care what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better yeet for me for the next 2 minutes.
Yep. Yep. Yep, 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 yep. Oh. Oh, yep. 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 Uh-oh. Yep. 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 Oh, yep. Oh, yep. Oh. Ah, yep. 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 Oh. Yep. 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 Oh, yep. Yep. Oh. Yeah. Yep. Oh. Yep. Ah, yep. Oh, yeah. Yep.
Oh, it's finished. That's 2.5. I think 2.5 minutes is pretty good. Do you play horror games often on the stream? Sadly, no. I'm absolutely terrified of horror games. Remind me to record a curse message for you. I'll message you on Telegram about it then. Hi, Perry. Ooh. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh, wait. Oh, yikey beaky. Oh, yikey beaky. Oh. It's okay, I almost have a Gatling gun at this point. Look at that. Hope you're doing good, Russet. Oh, Perry. Are you sweet queen? Give me a second. There's a few things I want to do after this match. Ooh, get sniped. Ooh, get sniped. How you doing? I'm doing pretty good. How's the game treating you? I finished the Faith Unholy Trinity, and then this is like a game within games, like a Demon Siege. Is that double dog? That is double dog. Wait, is it triple dog? Oh my god, it's triple dog. Wait, it's quadruple dog. Wait, it's quintuple dog. Is there more? Wait, there's more. What is this? How many dogs are there? Excuse me, what? Help. I require assistance. Father Garcia, I require assistance. I'm stuck. Woohoo! Oh, yikey beaky, this is weird. Oh, okay. Oh. Gaming. Gaming. Ooh. Good job. Ooh, good job. Ooh. Bleed tier, upgrade grenade capacity to 5. There. Let me just do this real quick. Do you watch Donkey videos on stream often? Never, as a matter of fact. I never watched Donkey on stream. I never mentioned Donkey until today. There's a lot of people that I watch on YouTube that I just love them so much. Also, this is Perry, who also did the plushie emote, like this one. Very adorable. Very good dragon. There's also another bean here as well, who streams too. Look at the bean. Look at the beans. The beans. Get shouted out. No problem. Okay, do I get Gatling gun now? Oh my god, look at how fast I shoot. Yo, oh my god, I'm so good. I'm so good at this game. I could... This game's good. This I like. Albeit the beeping is like murdering my ear, but it's okay. Oh. This is bad. Grenade! Grenade! Ooh, grenade! Granada! Yep. Ooh, this is Vampire Survivor. Hey! Oh. Hey, no. Kobold, yip. Oh, we got the yip going on. Hi, Punky. Another kobold friend yipping. How are you doing? Oh. Yip. Yip. I used up all my grenades. I love how there's like this little side game in the extras. I love this. I love this game mode. Ooh, good shot. How are you doing, Punky? Is it okay if I call you Punky, or is there another name that I prefer? Oh. That's a lot of dogs. Nice. Chat calls you Punky too, so alrighty. Grenade capacity to 5. What? I just wasted my money on that. Oh yeah. Are you in the Kobo streamer Discord? Huh? There's a Kobo streamer Discord? Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no, what have I done? What have I done? Oh, I haven't healed. Nice. Would you like to be? Would I be welcomed? Oh my god, it's Michael! Honestly, that'd be great to have like a Kobo Discord. Oh, Michael. I'm so... Why am I so good at this game? I don't understand. Are the ads region based? Honestly, I have no idea. Come on, Michael. I'll send you a link in private private message if that's okay. That's fine by me. And I appreciate that lots. Thank you. I mean, it's always good to meet more kobolds, honestly. It's not really the reason that I just became a kobold. But I used to not be a kobold. Never seen ads pop in Twitch? Oh. What's a kobold? You're seeing one right now. I think kobolds is more like a fun-sized dragon. Is that it? Japanese kobolds are dogs? Really? I sure didn't know that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Look at this. And more upgrades. World of Warcraft kobolds follow the D&D 1E descriptions of kobolds. There's a lot of different kinds of kobolds? I actually didn't know that. I mean, yeah, okay. Scripted? My PC's dead? Excuse me, game? This is so scripted. Thanks, game. I enjoyed that. They were supposed to do that? Yeah, looks like it. Hey, I enjoyed that one. Abort! That was hella good game. I liked it. Alright, back to Tekken 8 music. Alright, what else do we have? Demon Siege, Faith related. We read this one. We looked at the memes. Miscellaneous? Oh. What is this? What even is this? Oh, I know it's Unity. Oh, it's a capsule in Unity. Alright, yeah, I remember now. Do you have any sound to this one? I don't think there's any sound to this one. Just ambience. Kinda looks like you. Wow! I mean, it is kinda cute. I'll take it. I'll take it. Is that the mystery truck? They're trying so many art style for this one. Nightfall? Hey yo, Booba, am I gonna get Twitch TOS? Let's go. PT Lisa? PT Lisa? Okay. What is that? I don't know what this is. B29 mockup copy? I don't know what. Morty's Love? Morty's 2? Okay. Let's listen to it. Mortis. Is it just me or is it very soft? Oh, there it is.
Mortis.
I think this is like the original idea before they used Microsoft Sam, I believe. Plane dropping bombs, I believe. I don't want to say, you know, what it looks like. Huh? Mortis 2?
Mortis.
I don't think I can speak like that. It's kind of cool how I just like going through all of these. It's fun. Old Faith footage. Faith pre-alpha? 2, 3, pre-alpha? Oh yeah. Out Demon, alright. Michael? Yeah, Moonlight Sonata is good. They use the classical pieces in this game so well.
right.
Oh. Wait, that's wild. Why is there Pokemon noises? I think it shows here it used to be a random generation for the map system. It keeps going back and forth, hoping to get this key to go into. Oh, so it's not a map-based game back then. It's just randomized, and I think they changed it to have a map system. I mean, this is what I saw from this part. You saw this part? It keeps doing this back and forth. And I believe going up is to the house then. And then the Pokemon noise. I love it. I love it. Pokemon noise. Ooh. Different sound noises. Can you exercise Michael? Sorry, Pokemon? Exercise the Pokemon noise? Yeah, do it. It's way slower. No. Mortem? Is Mortem same as Mortis? Madame, is how you play this? 2. Ugh. Means dead? Ooh. Different tense, but essentially the same. Oh, but Morty sounds... I don't know, Morty sounds better. Mortem... The meaning of post-mortem is done occurring. Ooh, Amy? Or collected after death. The fox? Oh, this is just a demo. Okay, is done occurring or collected after death. How to use post-mortem in a sentence. Mortem is like dead. As in, someone died. Mortis is death. Okay. Mortis? You kick-ass taste in music, by the way. I'll take it. I just like listening to Tekken music. And Tekken music is cool. Latin has like dozens of conjugations of every word, so you can have the words in just about any order and the sentence still makes sense. That's kind of cool. Also, hi, Dogorex. Production sketchbooks. Hey, look at that! I love this one. Intro: losers don't do drugs. Air Dwarf, intro cinematic, title fades in, main menu, begin instruction, extras, exit, back, new game, continue. Ooh. Conjugation was always my weakest point in learning new languages. Just can't wrap my brain around it. I don't know, I used to not speak English at all. Like I am China man, right? 我是华人来的啊. But I think it was because I want to know the story of Maple Story. I used to play Maple Story so much, and then I just decided to learn English when I was in middle school. I literally brought out a huge thick ass dictionary, and then if I see a word that I don't know, I just go through the dictionary. It's like just read through all of them. That's how I learned English. It's so painful, but I'm glad because I get to speak English now. Being able to speak in a more comprehensive way, I'll take it. Tutorial as Father Garcia versus Michael Davies. Move, cross, read notes, examine things, exorcism. Past tutorial, Michael escapes to John. IDs of main game. Ooh. So this is like a brain map to what this is. I'm looking again on the sweet D&D in case you're ready while I'm still playing. Love your face every fun stream. Have fun with D&D, Perry. Thanks for the lurk and always stopping by. Love your face too. Your English is super good for information. I'll take it. I'll take it. Can save load more frequent save points. Can reread notes. Can examine things. Won't get lost in woods. John is faster. They didn't do the John is faster, do they? Combinate an exorcism with Father Garcia. Break the rules of the first game. Violate safe zones. Themes. Okay, what is this, John? I don't may explain the phase part of the demo. More linear, fast-paced gameplay like The Evil Within. But the whole game is a nightmare John is having. Themes of guilt, helplessness, paranoia, confusion, urgency. Urgency went to the candy tunnel. The candy tunnel, right? This one. Break the rules of the first game. I fucking love this strategy, right? Violate safe zones, lull player into false sense of security. This is so mean. But because this is so mean, it works so well for horror games. I fucking hate this, but I love it as well. It's scary, spooky. I don't like it. And that face. July 2018. Toy room. Move action only for C. C as in crucifix, I believe. Flashlight. One big scare. Expand what you already have, not too much. Need better puzzle than Scarecrow. Scarier boss than Basement Demon. Oh, this is the church. The church layout. I thought this is shit. It's kind of cool how like they went through all of these. Michael versus Father Garcia. How are you today? How are you doing today, Michael? I want to go home. You can't go home until you get better, Michael. Can I see my mommy and daddy? Need to first make your battle. I need to make your battle first. Oh, this is literally the chapter 2 opening. Reveal thy name to me, demon. You know nothing, pendejo. Add Bible to Garcia's apartment. Oh, they have to adjust the pitch, the speed, and the mouth thing to adjust the Microsoft Sam voice. That's kind of cool. Can I get Microsoft Sam for TTS? I think that's kind of cool. Maybe I should look into it. Maybe it's possible. Shall see your destruction. You shall treat the wrath of the Almighty. There's no darkness, no shadow where. Dios mío. Short exorcism, very low difficulty. Mikey escapes. Open closet, can walk inside. Can get Naces. Naces? Am I playing League of Legends? Maybe a scare afterwards. I have the body of a pig here. Better Sam. Better Sam software automatic battle.
Hello, I am Better Sam. Hello, I am Better Sam.
Whoa.
Hello, I am Better Sam.
No throat, full mouth. No throat, full mouth. No mouth, full throat. That is my. This is my voice when I am Better Sam. I'm bookmarking this one. Done. You can hide from God. Hee-ho. I love how they put like a little bit of Spanish into it. A room full of motherfucking trees. Oh, the morphing tree. There's nothing to the morphing tree, right? The tree just morphed into something. It became Groot and then just ran away, right? Room full of statues but nothing happens. Moving statues escalate, then escalate times 3. See, this is what I mean by atmosphere building. Room full of statues but nothing happens. This is atmosphere building at its finest. The finest of atmosphere building. It's perfect. Holy shit, statues are actually cultists of demon or whatever. It's a lot of things, but it's kinda cool. I just want to quickly go through like... This is scary concept art. Maybe I should just like go through... I'm not gonna read everything, I'm just gonna go through the things. Oh! The spider demon! You know, I remember doing this during my concept art class as well. Like I have to draw like a bunch of silhouettes for the turret that I'm gonna make. It's kinda cool. Also a kind of a nightmare. Police! Oh my god, it's the police! Oh, why is the police like? Why do they draw police like so thick? Why is police so thick? Shoot mirror 3 times. Hand grabs Joan. Road to Hellzone boss battle. On with the other endings. Lower boss John. Ooh. Candy Tunnel. It's kind of cool how they have like all of these.
But you better eat for me for the next 2 minutes.
Yep. Yep. Oh, yeah. Yeah? Yep. Yep, yep. Yep.
Yep.
Oh, yep. Oh, yeah. Yep. 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 Yep.
Yep.
Oh, yep. Yeah.
Yep, yep.
Yep. Yep. Yep. Shiny. Yep. Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Oh, yep. 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 Yep.
Yep, yep.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, yep. 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 Oh, yeah. Yeah? Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I don't need to yip. I enjoy yipping. Madre boss fight. Also, the apartment section was pretty cool too. Hope you guys understand what I was yipping at. Cross on Madre. Not much happens besides a few little ones. Covering babies. Cross ineffective. Okay, more than one spawn every once in a while. Big boys spawn from her. All skin and bone. Little ones spawn in waves now. Keeps cross on Madre. Two big boys spawn. Two big boys spawns in a time. 3 big boys spawn in, accompanied by a massive wave of little ones. That might be a little bit too much. Massive wave of baby as they take mommy away. Oh, I mean, okay. Exorcist tree style jump scare. Puzzles that requires. Oh, this is the chair puzzle. Yeah, this shit scared the fuck out of me the first time. or puzzle. Called girl inside cage. The idea dumping, it's so interesting sometimes. I never really look into stuff like these, but it kind of reminds me of my first ever game made in university. Not a good one, but not as detailed as going into so much like this, but since it's just a basic premise of a game, Secret Boss Tiffany. Like, the game that I made was a side-scrolling airplane shooter game. So it's very straightforward, it's very basic. It's just sort of what the theme that I want to give it. And then it's like, make a sword cometh. That's the game of my game. That's the name of my game. Make a sword cometh. I don't know if I have the file. And the game is like so broken. Oh, this is a kindergarten. I think the kindergarten section is also like pretty cool. Look at that. And answers are here. I made an overhead shooting game not unlike Jackal or Ikari Warriors or Commando, just, you know, shitty. The game that I made was pretty shitty too. it barely works. I did mine for a programming class. My first game was also a side-scroller. Ooh, yeah, I feel like side-scroller is like it feels like the basics of a game, sort of. I've done basically nothing after that. Same. After that, no, I actually made another Bone game and another team 5v5 game, but all of them just doesn't work properly, and eventually I still graduated, but I was the lowest score on the school, and I barely made it. I was not proud of my achievement, but at least now I get to do. I realized how much I don't like coding. It sucks. And eventually I just started doing models instead, and started to try to do some bare bone rigging to make the models work, like this one. Alright, see this one? This one kind of works. I'll take it. Oh, this one got destroyed. Coding is very tedious. Coding is... yeah. Coding is tedious, and it's life-threateningly tedious. Like, good gods, if something doesn't work, and when you press play in Unity and then there's like a warning of red below the tab, you know you fucked up. And you have to find the exact code that causes that error. Woo! Woo! Nightmare, nightmare. Rain of Fuego. Fire falls at random. Stays a while. Oh, better yet, Rain of Spiders. Rain of Spiders gets in. Rain of Spiders. The slab. Oh, they're called the plagas. Throws. Rush John. Pulse and congregate. Garcia and John works this way? Lots of dead cultists and cops. Exit daycare. I don't mind the tedium personally. That's very respectful. Wait, that's very respectable. It's just I cannot handle the coding, so I think it's just not for me. You know the devil is real, so you know the Lord is real. Garcia, I'm going to war with the unspeakable. I need warriors like you, Jan. Gary's Prey, Amy. Oh, this is the ending. Oh, it is what Gary says towards the end. Amy slurps out Gary Miller. Doi? Slurp? Get slurped on, Gary. Battle against Super Miriam. Oh my god. Bullet hell. God. Okay, swords back and forth, so they keep the idea. Makes out vertical falling spades and will with aim expanding projectiles. Adolf likes RE4, love to hear. I like coding, it's like poetry for computers. Again, I respect that. That is actually so powerful. That is so powerful. I cannot do it. It's too painful for my brain. You know when Cobalt has one rotten brain cell and then trying to code? Yeah, that's painful. Crisscross, create zones. Oh, just one projectile. Find John Y, choose one or two swoops. So I had the right idea, the swoop. So find John Y, it swoops. If I'm like very high up, it swoops for a little bit. If I'm very like downwards, it swoops big. I was right. Oh my god. Maybe go again HP low enough. They didn't do it. Patra routine. Dio Patra routine. Must stay dangerously close. It's the Gaijin! Hello, Gaijin. I don't know where I am, but hello. Hi. You are at Cobalt. How are you doing, Gaijin? What were you playing? Sheet Fighter 6? Wow! Are you still playing JP? Are you still playing JP? Are you still playing JP? I'm still stuck with pants, dude. Oh, shame on you. How could you play JP? Oh my god. How could you play JP? Oh my god, you tier whore. JK. Look, play whoever you want. I hope JP was fun though. Look, I play Marissa. I cannot say you play JP and then say you're tier whoring. I play Marissa. I'm tier whoring as much as you do. I hope the session has been good. Marissa big damage? No, Marissa is cheat damage. You know that there's the difference between big damage and cheat damage. You literally got punched by charge heavy punch. You did. Cheat damage. Also, welcome in Raiders. I'm Tylra. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games and I do art occasionally. Welcome in. Hope you are doing it. I'm just looking at Faith extras right now. I just finished Faith, and I finished the Demon Siege as well. Yeah. Yeah, this one is really cool. The old Patra routine. Slow, random movement about weight pattern. Change the skull bombs. Let's try to run this one. Spawn expanding projectiles. Yeah, bullet hell is there. The skull spawns. I don't remember this one. I don't think there's this. I think they removed this one. Remix of which attacks from chapter 2. Oh yeah, this one, yeah. This one is where Miriam just goes off screen and then suddenly charge from either side. But I realized that, so I can react to it when I'm in the middle. Have good lurk, Nexus. Thanks for the lurk, appreciate. This is cool, hell yeah. Better get super Miriam. This is so cool. My ouch are going nuts. Is that double nut? Chapter 3 ending 2 epilogue. Oh yeah, this one. Starts raining, washes away John's blood. So is it finished? Yes. My encounter down there was truly unspeakable. So this is like the ending, right? The ending where we fought against Super Miriam. No, Hiho. And then Lisa comes running. Then let's figure out together who we will go with, right? So 2 of these leads to the same ending. I don't know what's the significance of this, but it's kind of cool that you get to choose towards the end. Maybe when Lisa is dead, I don't have to choose. Chapter 3, bad ending. The bad ending. Countess performing a ritual of some shit. Critical path, John's bedroom, bad one. Amy's room. Oh yeah, the bad ending. Ooh, that's the heaviest shit ever. I think it's worth mentioning that this is like the best bad ending that I've witnessed. All time, even, it feels like. The best bad ending of all time. It literally made me mentally sad. It made me feel dejected, and the thought process of John made me feel so bad for him. It's so perfect. Countess burst down the dorm as escape. Thunder lightning effect. Can see shit under lightning? No BGM. So inside windows, cars on fire. I don't think I ever tried to get out. Like after I go to the basement and get the key, and then the backyard door was open. I didn't go out. I was too scared. Maybe there's something there. Oh, I don't have the survival mode. Too bad. Oh. Chapter 1. Moki. Mirror Demon. Corn Demon. Raw. Shelly's. Basement Demon. Maze Demon. Umbilical. Stalker. Confession Demon. Spindly Lady. Peekaboo. Basement Demon, Blind Ones, and Miriam. Jeffrey, Mummy, Elevator Friend, ooh, Peekaboo 2, Lisa, Alu, Tiffany, Bulagas, Big Demon Head. Oh, is this the Apple Demon? So that's like a map for Faith Survival Mode. That's kind of cool. That's everything, right? Cool. Reference videos. Oh, the rotoscope videos. Oh my god, that's so amazing. It's a rotoscope videos. Oh my god. Yo, oh my god, it's so cool. This is Miriam? It's so cool. It's like they have to paint over this one. That's how rotoscope works. I'm not too sure how rotoscope works, but basically they have this, and then they have to outline the most obvious facial expressions, so that the rotoscoping will go smoothly. So that's why you see is like eyes big and everything. You have to trace out the eyes so that the facial animations kind of works. Is this Amy? I forgot what the scene is.
Hello. And welcome.
Ghosty, thank you. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate. Draw over, cut something out frame by frame. Oh, this is the bedroom scene. I love how when they act out this one, their eyes has to open up so big. I don't know what this is. That must be the hand motion, right? Hey, Godzilla! Oh my god, the surprise Godzilla. Oh, that looks good. Again, look at that. Damn, that's a good looking Godzilla. Can I have that? I think this is the hand motion. Oh, this is the John in the mirror. Like the evil John in the mirror in chapter 2. I don't remember this. Is this Flower Man in Lethal Company? It's really cool seeing the process, very creative. I know, it's so cool. I love watching behind the scenes stuff like this. Oh, this is the exorcism. They have to do it 4 times, right? No, 2 times? Okay. Because in total they have to do like 4 times. In the game at least. Oh, I know what this is. I know what this is. The gun shooting part when I go out of the kindergarten, and then John just got shot to death. Maybe just wanted to redo the take and the same animation gets reused. That's understandable. I mean, the more reference there is, the better. For animation wise, definitely. Also, this is the funniest death in the game, I would say, again and again. This always will be the funniest death in game. And then she just gets shot to death, and then the cops just keep shooting non-stop. Hi, Evie. Oh, this must be Gary. I hope you're doing good, Evie. I'm blocking the beans. Yeah, this is Gary. This is when Gary is answering the question, I think. Or just revealing. Oh, Gary revealing. Okay. Not answering questions. I don't know what this is. This one maybe a little bit too short. Oh, this is the look here and then Gary. Yeah, I know this part. It's so cool. Like when I look at these things and I can recognize them. Oh, is that everything? No, there's one more. John possessed. Yeah, I know this one. This is when we get out from the basement in the apartment, and then there's like Malphas possessing us. It's so cool. Just imagine all of these and then translate into the game. Oh, it's so cool. It's so cool. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. Oh. What is this? Oh, okay. Wait, that's everything though. I mean, I cannot play Demon Siege. There's like an ending to it. Well, if you can call it ending. Or like because I have 4 fingers. Ending. So I guess that's all the faith. That's all the faith there is. This definitely close out faith. Oh wait, no, I haven't finished it yet. I haven't finished it yet. I forgot about chapter 2. Fantastic showcase. Right, the game is amazing. I'm so glad they have like the behind the scenes thing because I absolutely love those things. You can see how they get it to work. It's so good. Do I try? You know what? I'm gonna try get all the second ending. The chapter 2 ending. Let me try it. So must be clean. Do not do any bad deeds, right? Alright, going back to faith. I'm gonna unlock all the endings. At least get all the endings, you know. Also, just let me move a little bit. I think this is good. Just a little bit more. Okay. That should good. That should be good. Let's get back into chapter 2. Gary loves you. That's a lie. Gary doesn't love me at all. I mean, I hate it. Chapter 2. New game. Akito Turbo? Okay, let's see what I'm gonna do. I need to not do all the bad thing. I need to not do all the bad thing and then just yeah. Go. Okay. Let me try to speedrun this as fast as possible. T-buns, wow. 2 weeks. From a kid to this is actually terrifying. Hello, Michael. Hello, Michael.
How are we doing today, Michael?
I like the cartoon.
You just go home until you get better, Michael.
Can I see Mommy and Daddy?
I need to make you better first.
When she let you get on me,
If you find them to be Demon.
Demon. Pentejo. Oh yeah? Oh yeah, asshead? I know nothing, you say? Look at me, I'm trying to speedrun and this is what I'm doing. just my cobalt brain happening. Don't worry about it. Oh no, spaghetti. Oh my god. Ooh, this is so cool. The game has like really good pacing. Can I say that? The game's pacing is absolutely wonderful. Can I see mommy and daddy? Oh, why do they reenact this scene? Oh, did they?
Dios mío, what have you done?
Dios mío.
I have the body of a pig.
I have the body of a pig?
You shall reap the wrath of the Almighty.
Dance for me. Yo, let's go. Look at the run. It's 2 a.m. Okay, so look. John's cross is silver. Chapter 1 is golden. Presumably chapter 1 occurs right after the prologue of chapter 3. Order. Wowee. I wish there's turbo. Okay. Oh no, can I get... Oh, I can, okay. I believe it was this one. Oh, this one. No? This one? I shook hands with the depot. The depot. There it is. Can I have the key? I already forgot which item is like exorcise able. Also, this is very cool, by the way. This part. It's the subtle change that I appreciate a lot most of the time. See that? It's a subtle change that I love. So good. And also that, ooh. It's so subtle, it's amazing. I'm a mangle? Wait, you look like a lizard. You look kinda cool though, you look like a lizard friend. With makeup pee-pee. I don't know why you have makeup pee-pee. I have a little bit of a question, but you know, sometimes it's best to leave it unanswered, you know what I mean? I'm a lantern? So we went from mango to a lantern? I love how sometimes they just spout nonsense, I love it. Okay, I saved the lantern. Oh, mango, one gone. I believe there was a violator. Oh, okay. Oh no. Whoa. Oh shit, it's a demon. Don't. Don't. This one just screams incoherently. So left out, right out, right? Right out, left out, sorry. Left and right. Come on, brain work. Right out, left out. Alright. This is proof of me being very tired because I just slept for about 3 hours, I believe. Because I have like hypo symptoms and it sucks. There it is. Welcome sinner. Nah. Demon. Oi! walao喂，我操啊！你他妈直接变在我前面，你以为我能够来得及反应是吗？乱来，真的是我吐还要我那边走过去，我把一大马香过去，你这边我会，God fucking damn it, man. Why, game? Why? Why? Why would you do that to me? Don't. Okay, right, up, left, up. I know. I know you have asthma and small leg, but I wish you could still walk a little bit faster. Just a little bit. I'll see you again? Nah, you won't. Is that all of them? Oh! Oh no, should we get the ow? Ow, I must draw it quickly. With my blood. Oh. It looks a little wrong, but don't worry about it. Okay, there we go. It has to be done. It has to be done. It has to be done. Oh no. Oh god. Wait a minute. Just one more. To soothe my bleeding soul. Oh god, one nut is bigger than the other. Okay, I'll stop. No, I'll stop. I know you have asthma and small leg. Look, sometimes this is mega spooky the first time I saw it, by the way. And then I started to exercise every single tree here. It's the play of paranoia and it's perfect. Like, the tree doesn't show up anymore. It's the paranoia. Probably one of my favorite skates in the whole game. Right? It's pretty good. It's like it's one of the scares where the monsters appear first, and then it plays with your paranoia. Usually the game plays with the unknown, plays with the fear of unknown, but this one, they fucking play with your paranoia, man. It's amazing. Confess thy sins. So do I ignore the confession booth? I think I ignored the confession booth, no? Also, one way to know if the ghost is like close to you, you notice the chromatic aberration gets stronger. That's how you know the ghost is like close to you. Oh. Oh. Watch the candles. I still don't get what the candles mean, to be honest. Like, I don't. I really don't. What do they even mean? Oh. Aberration, aberration. Oh, that's a bad angle. That's a bad angle. I'll take it. Oh, another bad angle. Actually, I can just go down. Yeah. Kawabunga? Oh, heretic? Candles are a map. One light is you, one is hers. So there's only one candle, meaning that we're at the same place? Ooh, okay. I think if I just like don't do anything and just go through the whole game and without anyone dying is another ending, right? Hey, go down, thank you. Darkness surrounds thee. I hate this one. I forgot the answer. Oh no. God damn it. I actually forgot. This one? This one? This one? No? This one? 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 Hey! Okay, my... Yeah. No, there's no candle because you're re-dead on her ass. Got her. Tree. This is the coolest. This is the coolest note in the game. Period. This is will be and always will be the coolest note in the fucking game. I mean, look at this shit. It's like Tree murdered in latest wave of ritualistic killing, stealing Khan. It's like a reporter thing, right? And then the more you scroll down, the more you scroll down, where does it start? Okay, no, there. Why even connect at all? That's why you would like them to think, wouldn't you, John? Ooh. They were just three pathetic outcasts who got what they deserved. You actually did the community a favor when you found them getting high in that tomb. You stalked them through the graves and killed them one by one. You ignored their cries for help, their plead for mercy. You put holes in their ruined drunk addict bodies and then chop off their heads because everybody knows that removing the head is the only way to kill a snake. Well, guess what? They didn't kill the snake, John. You cannot kill what you cannot be killed. Thou shalt not put down again. Thou couldst not kill Amy. Thou shalt not destroy my works, for they are the works of the eternal dragon. Dragon Mansion, best game. Even now she is at thy door, her hand is at thy throat, yet you see her not. I will have thy soul, for I am the god of this world. See, the scary thing is that I cannot just hold down and like scroll through everything. I have to slowly, I have to like press down one by one, like press. I cannot hold it anymore. The coolest note in the game. Crucifix upside down. And then, I'm here, John. Ooh! The coolest note in the game. And John just melts. So before I go past any further, am I doing it the right way? As in, I want to do like an ending where I don't do anything bad. I haven't done anything bad, right? Like at all. And don't kill them as well, just go through this. Like there's a stone that says go down. No. Candy tunnel. Death awaits. Oh yeah, what's of the note? You can see to remove this note. Oh yeah, this is the note that the investigation thing, the note. So cool. So cool. Red? Cult member? Did I never see that before? Satan lives. This is also pretty cool. When you don't move. Oh, it doesn't say when you see it. Or does it? Is a C here? Yeah, when you see it, don't move. And then this is so cool. What if I move now? Don't do it. There's no need to, yeah. Alright, here we go. I mean, I don't need to get all the notes, right? Yeah, I didn't get all the notes. Just go. Come on, John. You got this, John. I know you have asthma. Still need you to walk a little bit faster than this. John? Who wrote that? Right? Who wrote that? What are they sorry for? You know, that's a bit of a question that I don't know.
Will you listen? Suffer the children. Here I go. I'm here, please. Suffer the children. Here I go. Here you can get me.
Where do you go?
Suffer the children. Here I go. Near my favorite.
Why did it say you're my favorite? Hey, it's a cult member. Okay, I didn't do anything bad so far, so hopefully I can get the ending that I want. Like, honestly, my YouTube video, this YouTube video on chapter 2, someone mentioned that even if I do one of those, even if I do like one of the bad things, I get locked out the other ending. And then I asked the commenter if it's like, is it locked out forever? It's like, no, you can still do a new playthrough. It's like, but I did not do anything bad for the second playthrough. But I guess I did, apparently. I figure it's just like teenagers, vagabonds, punks, doing some urban explosion and spraying graffiti, doing drugs. As was common in the 80s. Went a little too far and found more than they wanted might feel some kind of regret. They hate the light. Stay away from me. Stay away from me. Da-na-na-na. What's with this room? I can never get that note. Is there something I'm missing? Oh, is this where I need to do 3 bad things before I can get... Oh, what's with the pentagram? I know the purple kid and the demon thing. What's with the pentagram? I don't know what the bad thing it is for me to do with the pentagram. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Do not touch me. Nuh-uh. Don't even try it. Nuh-uh. Drop into grave with your eye blood. Oh, wow, really? There's rocks in the beginning to do it with. I have to go back? Okay, it's okay. Let me do this ending first. I can do it again. Don't worry. Hi, Miriam. Yeah, Garcia! I'm not. Yeah? Hell yeah. Let's banish this demon together. You got this, Father Garcia. Let's go.
Yes, it's true what happened to Amy. You are no murderer, God. There is not much you could have done. But Amy now her soul is at rest. Let us go.
Not yet. That's what I know, but hey, we got the ending. There it is. The cutscene. Do it.
I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress. My God, in Him I will trust. I shall not be afraid of the terror in the night, nor the evil that walketh in darkness. I shall behold the reward of the wicked, because I have made the Lord my refuge. There shall no evil befall me, for He shall give His angels charge over me. They shall bear me up in their hands, and I shall tread upon the serpent. Because I have set my love upon Him, therefore will He deliver me.
哎，鸡妈干真的是超完他妈的！你走去那个红色人干嘛搞灾啊？真的是我扒过去，他妈的要重新开始，你真的是吐啊！That's bullshit. Okay, let's try. Let's do it again.
I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress. My God, in Him I will trust. I shall not be afraid of the terror in the night, nor the evil that walketh in darkness. I shall behold the reward of the wicked, because I have made the Lord my refuge. There shall no evil befall me, for He shall give His angels charge over me. They shall bear me up in their hands, and I shall tread upon the serpent. Because I have set my love upon Him, therefore will He deliver me.
Alright, Father, careful, careful.
He will
Thank
deliver
you.
me in trouble. He will deliver me and honor me. Vatebus mitsachana exoti domine pari. Vatebus mitsachana exoti
Gaming?
domine pari.
Or are we gaming?
Vatebus mitsachana exoti domine pari.
Let's go. Come on, Miriam, jeez. Whoa!
More
Hiya! They got too close. Okay, okay, it starts from here. Come on, man, don't cheat. Don't cheat. Don't cheat. Don't cheat. Don't cheat. You're going in random directions. I don't like it. Nah. I did it? We did it? Molly, yeah, it's the only note by Molly here. Which I assume Molly is like a nickname for Meredith, I believe. I could be wrong, but it's just my
I'm not going in there.
my theory. Molly is Meredith. I assume reading the notes will end the game. I hope I can get the ending. Mild anxiety, acute chorophobia. I don't know what a chorophobia is.
I'm not going in there.
Alright, okay. Alright, okay. The profane Sabbath. We must not let them the boys what they did to Amy. For the Garcia.
My nightmares are getting worse. Ever since I left that house, I am haunted by visions of demons. I
Demons.
finished my work with Amy, but now the boys are in danger. This time I must not fail. Malphas must be stopped. As the profane Sabbath draws closer, the workers of darkness grow stronger. This will be my greatest test of faith yet. God have mercy on my soul.
That sounds different. So this is the canon ending, right? I think this is it. I think this is it. Go forth with faith. I unlock survival mode. Let's go. Faith Mortis. Right. So one more ending is the all bad ending, right? Hi, Jake. Faith Mortis. Mortis. Alright, let's do the all bad ending. God, I cannot do turbo! Bird. Car. Car. Survival highlights. Alright, here we go. Second chapter 2 run. Let's go. Speed run. You better run fast. You are not John Garcia. You should be able to run faster than this. Survival. Canade. Come on, Garcia.
How are we doing today, Michael?
I like the cotton.
You can't go home until you get better, Michael.
Can I see mommy and daddy?
Can I see
I
mommy
need
and
to make
daddy?
you better first.
When can she let you get on me? I'll kill you.
If you find them to be demon,
Demon.
Nothing, pendejo.
You know nothing, pendejo. 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 Spook. Spooky. Go, 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 go. Okay, so first thing is the pentagram that drove my eye blood. The rest should be very self-explanatory because I did that before.
Dios mío.
Dios mío.
I have somebody as a pet. You just Tylra, good evil. You shall breathe the wrath of the Almighty.
Dance. Hope you're doing good, Jake and Lex. And the bird, caw, caw. Spooder, caw. Spooder goes caw. Super Spooder is caw. What noise does a caw? I trust the kobold. Kobold knows what she's saying. Oh wait, no, wait, really? Well, I know that all along, of course. Spooder does go caw. See, you never question the kobold. Go, go, go. Get the ending. Yeah. Okay. Spooder says what Spooder do. Fair enough. Apparently Spooders can hiss and purr? I know, I actually know about Spooders hissing, but purr? That's kind of adorable. And just seeing maybe like a jumping spider can purr, like that's pretty cute. Even though I have like a tad bit of arachnophobia, but it's just a tad bit, so I can still kind of handle them a little bit. Go, run, John, run, behind you, oh god. I'm a mango. You actually says I'm a mango. I'm a lantern. Come on, John, I need you to work a little bit faster. John, just a little bit faster. John, come on, John. I need you to walk a little bit faster, John. Oh my god, it's the Shibuki. John, come on, John. Oh, hey, chill. Let's go, John. Come on, John. Just a little bit faster, please. Come, John. Right out the front. They can vibrate their legs such that they sound like a hiss or purr. Sound like a cat that can with vocal cords to do it, but it's not audible with regular hearing, I don't think. Aww. You got this, John. Come on, John. Do it, John, do it. Yeah. Let's go, John. We are speed running. Yeah, John was so slow. Actually, you're fast, but slow. Come on, John. Damn! Oh God! All right, I got blood. I'm going back. Oh God! Help! I have blood. I have blood. Therefore, I must throw the. No, it's not. It's not an overdone bit. Okay. Drawing dicks with anything possible, it will never be an overdone bit. Okay, where do we start? So, dun 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 dun, I think. So, dun. 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 It's a little weird looking star. And then stand in the middle. Ah! 欸，你阿妈几张好这么你哦？Oh my God! Oh, John, no, John! Oh God, John, you're gonna run! You know, I just kind of want John to run a little bit faster. John, come on, John. John, please, John. Oh. Okay, so once I draw the pentagram, run away immediately. Is that one gathering, or do I need to? I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna try to exorcise the demon. Okay, stand here. You do it again. 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 Oh no! No way, man! You think I got this? Nah, I got the reaction. New patient initial consultation. Oh, it's John Ward. Non-responsive for first half hour, followed by fragmented exorcism narrative. Subject unable to maintain consistency in story. For example, stating that Amy was in the basement and then saying she was in the attic. Subject insists incident was the result of demonic possession. I mean, it's true, right? It is the demonic possession. Cannot declare subject of sound mind. We require several more sessions to fully understand subject's mental state. We advise Martin family attorneys. Bloody art. Bloody art. Bloody art must throw pee-pee. Alright, I'm going back. Okay. Hey, I did the thing. I threw pee-pee and a star with blood. It's a sentence I never thought I would utter in my life. I drew a star and a pee-pee with my blood. That's just something else. Tree man! And then dead silence afterwards. This is still pretty cool. And it's all trees here. The game knows. It's so mean. Okay, now I need to bring the kid. Confess thy sins. Do 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 do. Art is not always what you expect of it. True. Art comes in many forms and shapes and everything. Let me in! Oh, okay.
Pray for me, Father, for I have sinned.
I'm gonna go grab my phone real quick while this one plays out.
I tried to save a girl from evil, but my fears overcame me. I turned my back on the ministry and broke my vows to God. A year later, the girl reached out to me again.
Bring me the child.
But in the end, I couldn't save her. I left her to die. I am sorry for me and my past sins. Thou hast said will. Here is my penance. Bring the child to me. Preferably sanctification. And thou shalt have the peace thou seekest. Give thanks to the Lord for his good. For his mercy endures forever.
Bring me that child. Did you touch the child? If you know, you know. Did you touch the child? He's touching the child. Oh. I mean, if you don't know what that is, I highly recommend you go watch Underpants. Like, literally, that's what it's called. Underpants by Signor Bello. It's like an Undertale parody, but very well made. Okay, let's bring it that child. I will bring the child. Did you touch the child? Oh, I think I need to exorcise the big demon inside the church first, if I remember correctly. Been a while since I saw that. Same, but I don't know. I enjoyed that. It's a good one. Although some of the shows that Signor Pero is a little bit unhinged, I would say. I do enjoy some of his content, especially the table slam ones. Whoa, eyes. So candles is the map. It is now on top of me. So if I go there, it's now on top of me. If I go up, it's now on the right. If I go down, it's now on the back. So if we go there, we're gonna meet. Unless he doesn't move. Whoa! I cannot move. That's a different story. What was that? Why is it behaving differently? Yeah, that thing is fast as hell. I couldn't move too. Huh? That's weird. Isn't how I'm supposed to find the thing? Ooh. Night dew. Maybe I should just check for chromatic aberration like I always do. It's here. It's here. It's somewhere.
Faucet flush.
Got him. I think I shouldn't be going room back and forth. So now I did this. The purple kid should spawn, and now I can. Got him good. Ichi. There it is, and I can look at it. You're Batman. I cannot show them my face. Is the thing. It seems that the purple kid recognizes my face as like the Batman, so I cannot.
You're
Why
a
do you
Batman.
sin? You're Batman. The kid says, "Why do I sin?" What do you mean? You know nothing about. Take the child. Take the child. Take the child. Whoa! Demon! Demon, be gone! Demon! Oh my god, Demon! Demon! Oh, demon! Oh, demon! Oh! Oh, demon the wrong way, I'm sorry. Oh! Wait a minute. Oh! Wait a minute. Ah. Oh, demon. Oh, demon. Oh, demon. Ooh, that's a tough one. I did it! I out-demoned them! Demon outed! Oh. I cannot go back anymore. I'm a Batman! Okay, so the third thing is to become that gray Buddha thing and kill the thing on top, right? Kill the two person on top. Darkness surrounds thee. Saya tak suka inilah. Okay, I believe it's this, 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 this. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Mm. Uh-huh. Then boop. There we go. They got booped. I'm just gonna speed run through the note. Note. Read it. Yeah, go down. You didn't kill the snake, John. You did. Go down faster, go down fast. I'm pressing it so fast. Come on. Come on. I want speed. I want speed. Speed. Come on. Come on. Give me the speed. Where's the speed? I'm pressing it so fast. Where's the speed? I want me to go. Speed. I'm becoming Spider Demon. Okay, don't mess this shit up. I can always retry, right? Yeah. You didn't get me, I was too fast. I'm a fast demon. Demon, go! She didn't. Oh wait, the bodies are gone. That's not normal, right? Candy tunnel. I believe I did everything, right? Death awaits. Okay, go. It's the speed demon, but mostly demon. I'm sorry, I need to moisturize a little bit. My throat feels weird. Okay, I'm back. Demon! Did it just say mother or father? That's so spooky. What if I press the crucifix? Woo! I cannot press the crucifix. That is actually spooky. That was good. I heard mother. Yeah, it's not father, right? But I heard mother too. Mother. Mama. Ooh. The iron review is so cool. Okay. Hey, Ghosty. This game's pretty creepy. Yeah. Oh wait, Ghosty were here when Gaijin raided. Oops. Neko art? What that? Whenever you move for his on screen here. Then why is that getting auto-modded? I mean, you did censor it yourself, so I'll allow it. And then Morty's. Whenever you move while still on screen, I hear you. And then Morty's. Morty's. I don't know what Neko is. I mean Neko. I don't know. But hi, vampire. Oh, it's the spooky. It's the spooky. Oh my god, it's spooky. Friend! Friend! Oh. Me. Where are you? 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 Here you come. 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 Oh, there it is. Oh. I still don't understand why he says, or why it says, "You're my favorite." Maybe I heard wrong. I don't know. Alright, go. Come on, John. Come on, John. You're faster than this. John, come on, John. He is here. Ooh. Am I here? It says you're mine forever. Oh, you know what? That actually makes a little bit more sense. I cannot read this one. Don't even. Nah. That's right. Get back. Ow, demon. Get back, demon. Get back, demon. Get closer. Get back, demon. Get back. Back, demon. Out, 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 demon. No. Bad demon. Bad. Don't try it. Okay. I should be able to access this one, right? If I did everything right, I can get this note here. Look at that. Well done, thou good and faithful Sarian. We shall visit thee soon. Gary loves you. Gary! Gary! Go. Don't touch the couple. Not for you. Don't try it. Not for you. You cannot touch me. No need to run. No, you just got Garcia ED. Garcia. Garcia. That looks wrong. But Garcia. Go, Garcia. We're together now, Garcia.
Yes, it's true what happened to Amy.
Amy.
God. There is good but you could have God. But then we found her soul is at rest. Let us go.
I doubt that, Garcia, but hey. Okay, so do I let Garcia did or do I not let Garcia did?
Garcia.
I will say of the Lord, he is my refuge and my fortress. My God, in him I will trust. I shall
In him I will trust.
nor CD feels at whitest in darkness. I shall behold the reward of the wicked. Because I have made the Lord my refuge. There shall no evil befall me, for he shall give his angels charge over me. They shall bear me up in their hands, and I shall tread upon the serpent. Because I have set my love upon him, therefore will he deliver me.
Oh, Garcia. Oh, Garcia.
He will deliver me in trouble. He will deliver me and honor me. Vadebus mitsachana exodito mine padri. Vadebus mitsachana exodito mine padri. Vadebus mitsachana exodito mine padri.
Let's go. Come on, shout at me. Shout at me, Miriam. Oh. Come on, Miriam. Shout at me, Miriam. Why are we running like that? Got him! No, Garcia, chill. Oh, oh, look who's a speedster. Garcia, help! Oh. I love how there's like die-out noises. Don't. Nuh-uh. Help, Garcia. Oh. I thought I died. I thought I died. Hey, there we go. Did we do it? Or am I supposed to let Garcia die? Because the cross is not upside down. Who would have thought the demon sounds like Princess and Modems from the 90s? I know, right? No notes? No notes? Oh. The door's open. The door's open though.
I'm not going in there.
Oh, okay. Oh, hey, I'm back again. How are you guys doing? I remember the scene. It's this thing again, god damn it. It's the ending again. God damn it, the same one from chapter 1! I got scammed! I got fucking scammed. It's the same ending as it. Is it the same ending as chapter 1? Like new recruit initiation? Yeah. But I unlocked all the endings. That's all the ending for chapter 1, 2, and 3. Can I disable demons? Is there a way for me to disable demon? Huh? Amorities. Good morning, Jeffrey. Morning. Hi. yeah, isn't there like the thing? Survival mode. Fast forward. Demon. Take all demon at once. Take all demon at once. Fast forward between demons. Also, good morning, Jeffrey. Sure.
Corruption followed my father.
Dude.
Jesus, que te cojones todos.
No, I'm not, dude.
Que te cojones todos. En nombre de Jesús. I go unwillingly. Worship me. La sangre de puta madre. La sangre de puta madre.
Taking out demon and what's his lewd? Nah, it won't be lewd because they are not dragons.
Worship me. La sangre de puta madre.
Unless they're dragons, then yeah. Whoa, 60 FPS. Oh, okay, that was fast. They could be draconian demons, you never know. If they're draconian demons, like demons with like actual looking like a dragon, well, well, the choice is obvious. How you doing? How you doing? Did I just do this? I almost messed up. I forgot how that works. Draconic is what I meant. Still too early. Continue the last demon. I guess I can try again. This is... I forgot how Amy works. Chapter 1 boss. This one is surprisingly a very thick health bar. Look at that. Oh. How about gaming? So 1, 2, 3, and then... Oh, I cannot touch that thing. Okay. Aiya. Walao, 真的是... Do I need to go through all the demons? Wait, is this the psychiatric ward that John is in? I just realized the background. Oh. It just might be. Oh, I got so lucky. Too far? Don't get greedy. Four times? 5 times? Hey! No touchy. Whoa. Nice. This must be where John was, right? The psychiatric ward.
Swear by his oath.
Oh.
Destroy the child.
Destroy the child?
My faith is weak.
Your faith is weak? Did you try to touch the child? I'm sorry.
What you saw. We know what you did.
Hey, Ichi. The music is so good. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, what do you do again? I don't remember what you do. Wait, I never fought you before, I feel like. What? Oh, I know what I did wrong. I'm stupid. Hey! Watch out! 真是我来不及反应，我错。They gave use of this voice. I know, right? I mean, it's pretty good. Microsoft Sam, I love it. They do it so good. Hi, Kafera. How the dragon doing? First try, Ichi. How's the dragon? Dragon. Yeah, we had dragon. Ooh, Doom Eternal. Hell yeah. Doom's good. I like Doom. Oh no, why? Oh, I know how to fight you. Okay, oh good. So this is in chapter 2 territory now. Chapter 2. Yeah. Mana kamu? Okay. Hey! Oh! Hey! Cuckoo! Cuckoo! Where's here? Where's here? Is that? Oh my god. No. Oh. Oh. Where's the demon?
You get him. Here I go. I'm here, priest.
I cannot find you.
Too late, priest. Here I go.
Whoa.
Near my favor.
Okay, what do you say? Don't you remember? John doesn't remember, right? From all the notes saying John is so bad. John felt so bad about Amy that John just goes into like a psychiatric ward and made a deal with the devil. Maybe their mind forever. It sounds that way, right? Oh demon! Oh demon! Don't be with the clouds. Demon? Oh demon? Oh demon! Nice.
I'm a mango.
You're a mango. You're a mango. I don't know why, but you look like a lizard friend with something else. I know it's a tendril, but that placement? Favorite demon. I'm a lantern. I'm a mango. My favorite demon. Alright, going down. Whee! Wow, what fuck? 哎，我操！你吓死人咩？吐我！哎呀 ，the music is so good. Got him. Oh, I see it. Don't even try to use that on me. Our demon! Our demon! Oh my god, our demon, you're so fast. I almost missed it. I almost missed it. I almost missed it. Oh, come here. Get the crucifix. You can get crucifixed ED. Oh, I could... Mom, oh my god, Mom, someone's bullying me. There we go. I mean, I know following the blood trail, but... There. It's a good thing that I remember how all the bosses work. Ugh. Why are you so close? Why are you so close? Why are you so close? Kawabunga. Let's go. Oh, I almost forgot about this. I almost forgot about this. I think they say I'm an angel, but mango is definitely more fun. Yeah, mango. Yay! Carrot cake. Oh wait, maybe they're saying carrot cake. You might be right. Carrot cake. Why is it you again? I don't remember finding it twice. Here I go do it. I saw you. No, rude. Very rude. Where? You're hiding! Yeah, itchy. What is this? Battle? A little husk. I said little busok. Busok is sticky in Bahasa Malaysia. A Wilbur Puss Eater? I don't know what that is. Wilbur Puss? Okay, where I need to exercise the thing, huh? What? No. Hello, why there's so many of you? Where am I supposed to go? Well, now that I sort of heard them together. Oh, okay, I should just run. Nah. Oh, demon! Oh, demon! Oh, demon! Do I actually go through what Father Garcia went through, but alone this time? Goddamn, I don't like it. So many popular combos. Popular combo. Hey, no. Nah. You wanna touch the kobold? No, touch the kobold. Thank you very much. I don't. 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 Just don't touch the kobold. End of story. No touch the kobold. Okay. Shining armor. I saw you. Oh! Oh! Walao, you fucking cheating ne. Ayo. No. Uh-huh. Uh-oh. Uh-huh. Ooh. I hate it. Shining armor. Ayo. Why was it so loud? Hey! Hi, Merp! Oh my god, Merp! Hi! How you doing? How's the Merp? Those slips? I'll take it. it's pure skill. That is pure skill. It's sometimes you say drowning a whore. I mean, I don't blame you for thinking that. It's Microsoft Sam. Oh, gun. A gun with Good. Oh, a gun with one bullet. I only have for an hour since we can do the stuff later. It's okay, man. Whatever you're gonna do afterwards, best of luck with that. More like Microsoft Stan. Microsoft Stan. Uh oh.
A gun with one bullet.
A gun with one bullet. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. You're gonna get shot. You're gonna get shot. I'm John. I'm John. John! A gun with one bullet. A bullet with one gun. No! A gun with one bullet! Bam! Bullet with gun 1A. Bullet. A gun with one bullet. Oh no, not you. Why is this a thing? Okay, just like... Whoa, Nelly! Oh my god, what? Oh, my ears are bleeding! Hayya, my ear mati sudah. Apa kamu buat ni? Oh, baby, no. Okay, good. Oh, right. Stop! What are you doing? Okay, they don't kill me. That's good. They're like so heckin' tough too. Not the red baby! Red baby! No! Okay. I require assistance! I'm dead. No! Yeah. This is like the most obnoxious boss ever. Jangan. Hello? Wait a minute. Whoa! Hi, Tatu. Welcome. Thanks for the raid. Give me a second. Let me do this real quick. How you doing? Welcome in. What were you playing? Hunt Showdown? Ooh. I saw like a bunch of people play Hunt Showdown, but I feel like it's very scary to me. It's not scary, but it's like Counter-Strike scary, you know what I mean? But I don't know, I never tried the game before. But thanks for the raid, Tatu. Also, welcome in, Raiders. My name is Tylra. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I do art occasionally. Welcome in. And I'm just doing like faith things. I just want to like, not 100%, but I just want to like experience faith to its entirety. So here I am playing survival mode. I hope you had a wonderful stream. That's a never seen before cutscene. Am I gonna find elevator friend? Oh, I love that. Today's fighting game is about showing demons a wooden cross so they die in excitement. I know, right? It's a form of fighting game.
I know your secret.
Oh, do you now, huh?
Put out your eyes.
Nah, you were spawned so close to me. Yeah, Ichi, let's go. Uh oh. Don't do it, Lisa. Oh, lucky. Hey, too close for comfort. Come on. Hey, don't. Oh, Lisa, no. Ah, get juked, Lisa. Is this like a boss or something? Something like that, yeah. What? Lisa. Oh, Lisa's gone. You're tearing me apart, Lisa. I did not do it. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark. The classic. Whoa! Get away from me, Tiffany! I'm gonna get out. Don't even try. Konnichiwa, Nita. You know I'm gonna do it. Konnichiwa. How you doing? Hope you are very genki desu. I don't think I can do this. I need to like type it like need the No, I'm not trying to type that. There it is. Oh, you were playing Super Mario Bros. Wonder? Nice. How do you say elephant in Japanese? Because it's a game where you can become elephant. Also, this game is Faith. It's about banishing demon. It's about demon be gone. It's a very good game. It may look very simple, but regards this game has a lot to offer. Come on, John, point it the right way. Point it the right way. Out demon! Out demon! Out demon! Out demon! Oh. Oh. Out demon! Oh. 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 Too close to comfort. Don't do it. Don't do it. Uh-oh. Walk away, walk away, walk away. When you teleport that much, I feel like just walking is mundane at this point. What? My ears are bleeding, help! Ah! Ow, ow, ow. Thanks. Thank you for shouting me. Of course! Nita is good pet. Also, hi. Yeah, y'all get beans. Y'all can get beans like this. This game looks like scary. It's a scary game. It scared me pretty good. Uh-oh.
A gun with one bullet.
A gun with one bullet. Woo! What? Should I go back? It's actually possible to kill them. I didn't think about that. I didn't think it's actually possible to kill them. Or in this case, not kill. I'm just trying to exorcise them. Demon to be gone. A gun with one bullet. Bullet gun with a one. Hi. What? Apple face? Apple face? What? I hate you, Apple face. Apple face. A with a gun bullet. 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 No. I don't like the apple face. Out demon. See, sometimes you're just gonna say the magic word. Out demon. A. Excuse me, you cannot just do that shit. Gun. Well, guess I learned my lesson. Did you just teleport right in front of me, you asshat? Run! Fool me once, shame on you. Oh, am I gonna get jump scared by the bird? Oh no, why is this a thing? Ah, no! ooh, ah, ee, ooh, ah, ee, ooh, 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 ooh. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. Ah. Oh, are you serious? All right, okay. I mean, I can definitely kite you on, and then like. No touchy. Oh. Oh. Why are you so tough? 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 Time for shotgun? I wish there's a shotgun option. A gun with one bullet. Why so damn tough? Am I missing something? Okay, let me try to like run away, I guess. They seem unkillable. Oh, I have to do it in one go. That sucks. I'll be started crossing them. Like that's too hard to do. I don't think I can do that. Time to exercise them all. One with a gun, bullet with a gun, with a one with a bullet, with gun, one with a gun, fuck this, ambush with one bullet. Gun, 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 gun. I don't remember you. Oh? Oh, you are the Gary's pet. Unguarded. Train of spiders. Don't. Out demon. Okay. Not rain of spiders. Oh god. There we go. Don't worry about it. No. Okay. Can you not? With the rain of spooter? There we go. Look at that. Pro gamer. Oh. Ow! No, 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 no. Ha 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 ha. I don't remember this one. Did you actually just say Australia? Fuck off. Shut the fuck up, game. Australia. Hey, Tao. I think because Australia is known for a lot of wildlife that's being very dangerous, and a lot of different species of spiders make like Australia. It's like a stereotype, I believe. You called it? Australia. I love how it says Gary loves you here. Alright, last boss. Here we go. Don't! I know how to fight you. No, I fought you like 3 times when I first started the stream, so... Alright, I know how you work. I know how you work. I don't know how you work, I'm sorry. Actually, I lied. I know how you work exactly. I'm in your systems. You think you can win against me? No way. You know that's you know what's terrifying? A kobold in your system. That's right. Out demon. Out demon. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Okay. Oh, okay. Out demon. Oh, Nelly. Okay, it's fine. There we go. Alright, last one. I don't know if I can have a lot of lives for this one, or do I have to do it perfectly? Because if I have to do perfectly, it's a little bit tough. What? Oh! E! Alright, don't get greedy, just dodge. Trajectory! Look at the trajectory, it's fine, look at that. I have so many space to dodge, easy. Huh! Wait, no! Not like this! Haha! Oh! Okay. And then you're gonna disappear? Okay, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. And then... Okay. Okay. And then back to phase 1. Go, John, go! Go, John, go! Go, John! Oh, no! Oh, nice, thank you. Actually, this is still... that's really good. Let's go. I did it. With the cross. Whoa! Almost an hour. Demons KO. Your rank Ria? Can I play as Garcia? I want to play as Garcia. GG? Yeah, that's a very GG right there. GG. I mean, 7 deaths for first try. I think that's pretty good. Can I play as Garcia? Did I unlock anything? Demon. coming soon. When you get the I heralded the Australia joke. Australia. Australia. Give me a second. Alright, shut your trap for 1 second, Faith. Oop, okay. Rain of spiders. Not with the rain of spooter. There we go. Look at that. Pro gamer. Pro gamer. Oh. It's a fun mode, not gonna lie. Ow! No, 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 no. Ha 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 ha. Australia mode. I don't remember this one. Did you actually just say Australia? Fuck off. Australia. I love how it still says it still says Rain of Spiders, but the caption just Australia. Hey. The caption just says Australia. It's so good. This is a game that's made with love. Definitely. I'm so glad I went back into this game and then just trying to get all the endings and get the true ending of chapter 3. Yeah, it's fun. It's great. It's heckin' great. Anything I need to do to unlock the thing? Thanks for the clip, the compact. Good clip. No extras. No, I still cannot set that one to it. I cannot send it to... I cannot disable demons. I wanna... Sorry. I don't think there's anything else I can do, honestly. Unless I want to take on all demons at once. Insipid. I defeated one demon, which is the elevator prince. And madre, 什么鬼？ See, the thing is, now I'm curious. I'm gonna go to YouTube. Let's go to YouTube. If anyone ever actually beat that mode legitimately, they will have my utmost respect forever. There's no way in all hells anyone will be able to do that. Okay. Faith, Unholy Trinity, Survival, Old Demon Mode. Yawn, exercise all myself in the faith. It was a day off. Demon mode disabled. The Happy Trinity. Oh, I saw this on pre-scene from Machete, but it's Faith Photo Sculpt. It's pretty good. Official Good Christian Boy update trailer? Huh? Oh, wait, is this the Good Christian Boy achievement? Wait, I want to check. Finish marathon mod, good ending only without dying once. Okay, that's not it. Collect all notes. Living only for the night. Finish chapter 1 enter mode. Flashlight. Prologue endings. Find all chapter 2 prologue ending? Jane approves. Get the top score in chapter 2 prologue. Huh? When you die during the all enemy thing, the game says, more of these. More of these. More enemies. Never stop. Also, Brian gave me Dusk. Now I can play Dusk. Well, Tylra, yep. Pick up car. Thank you, Brian. I now have Dusk. I can play Dusk. Spooky. It's so spooky. I have Dusk, and also I haven't tried out a bit evil yet. I bought this game, never tried it yet. Yet. I would try it, but I think I'm gonna play Dusk. Not a spooky game today. Yeah. I mean, yesterday was even more spooky because I was honestly just raging towards Tekken 7. That's a little bit more spooky. a lot more spooky in a sense, right? Let's see, it's 5:56. Saki Maria Carey. Hey, is it bad that I mean, I like the music. Like the I think it's a. Is it bad? Is it bad? I don't think it's bad. I kind of like it. Survival. Okay, now why if I just search for survival mode? Is it gonna survival plus happy mode? John exorcises all monster from a fig and it's the day off. Airdorf Manly survival mode. Australia. Survival mode in 43:38. I did it in 57 minutes, I believe. Also, I just want to listen to this one real quick. Australia. Fucking game. It's so good. Been listening to Metal Hellsinger music as well. AU equals Rain of Spiders. Oh my god, Air Dwarf. How do I unlock the happy mode though? So I assume happy mode is... I'm gonna search it up. Wave. Happy. No. Faith, I should... Unholy Trinity. Everything is blocking my keyboard, by the way. Happy mod? Survival plus happy mode, Tronic Styles. Faith Runner? Oh, maybe no. This disable demons. Disable enable demons. Confess? The customer's got an option to disable it because of available, which is why I don't understand why, huh? What's with the demons enabled settings? Okay, I'm gonna spoil myself here. I feel like I found out most of the things for Faith already. I feel like it's okay if I spoil myself with this one. Alright, so if you want to not get spoiled by how to unlock the demon disabled settings, look away. I'm not gonna say anything in the thread, and then I'll say, okay, you can come back. I'm done looking at the thing, and then you can come back. All right, I'm gonna look at it, just in case you don't get spoiled. Huh? I'm getting mixed message here. Oh, not found. So I'm getting. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm not looking at the thing again. But I'm gonna look at something real quick. I mean, you can kind of guess what by what I'm doing, but still. Good endings only without dying once. That is close to impossible. You get a marathon of full game, no deaths, good endings only. You know how hard it is to get good endings? Holy shit. What was the good ending for chapter 1? I don't know what's the good ending for chapter 1. It's a Mimi achievement, honestly. Looks like it, yeah. It feels like it too. But people have been saying that it's a spoiler though, if I say this. Is it okay if I spoil it? I mean, I did try to not spoil. I'm gonna spoil it, I'm sorry. But I'm getting mixed messages here, so I cannot be sure if that actually unlocks it. People has been saying on the forums that if you unlock Good Christian Boy, you unlock the disable demon settings. Is that true? I mean, I'm getting mixed messages in the forums. People say that, oh, it's a lie, and then people say, what? It's not a lie. It's like, what? I mean, of course, like the most easiest way, or easiest way, is to do it myself and then just see if it unlocks it. But can I even do it? The Good Christian Boy. How am I supposed to do this shit? 0.6 players have this achievement. 0.6 players have the achievement. 0.6. Stupid. There's even 2 hidden achievements. For each achievement will be revealed once unlocked. Bragging rights? I'm sure they can brag when they get the Good Christian Boy achievement. I mean, they have all the right to brag if they actually have the achievement. Hell yeah, I support that shit. Brag away. They definitely work hard for it. Kobo is very rich on Steam. What do you mean very rich on Steam? Oh, this? 3 ringgit. I used the money to buy gun skins in Counter-Strike. I bought more skins on Counter-Strike. Guys, I'm too addicted to this game. I cannot stop playing it, and I have to buy more skins that has dragons on it. But it's so expensive. I've been playing for 147 hours. I'm so addicted to this game. It's insane. It's good. It's fun though. It's fun. I don't know how to explain it, but I like it. I like it though. Game's good. But yeah, I think I'm probably am gonna stop here for today. I'm still trying to recover from the hypo symptoms aftermath because I overdosed. I overdosed my fucking novel rapid this morning. Or not this morning, last night, sorry. Yeah, last night overdose and I got hypo symptoms and oh boy, that's not fun. So I'm just feeling tired and fatigued right now, but other than that, it's not too much of a trouble. So it's all good. It's all good. But in the meantime, I'm gonna go look for a heckin' raid target. I raided Premium yesterday, right? Premium is still doing like a big subathon. Oh, Ixon is streaming. Oh, there's Metal Kobold as well. But I don't really get a chance to raid Ixon. And I kind of want to raid Ixon. And let me see what he's doing. Trailmakers. Ixon is another good bean. You know, a dragon, of course. Dragon, good bean. Hey, look, Dragon Kobold, in my book, default good bean, alright? Default to good bean. I kind of want to raid Ixon because I feel like I don't really have a chance to raid Ixon lots of times. And he's playing Trailmakers. Game looks interesting. And yeah, let's raid into Ixon. Let's raid into the sweet bean. Although tomorrow... I don't know. I might be doing... Ooh, do I do Dusk tomorrow? I mean, I know I've been playing a lot of Risk of Rain Returns and also Lethal Company, which is both very fun as heck game. I want to play more, and Lethal Company has a mod apparently that allows people to play as like a yin, you know, which, you know, looks good. I downloaded the mod. Maybe someday I'll try it, but tomorrow I think I'm gonna try out Dusk. Yeah, I'm gonna try out Dusk tomorrow. The game looks cool, and what's not to like about this behind? Look at that. It's just something about... I don't know if they count as skull creatures, but they look kinda cool. Like skull creatures, skull head creatures, I like them. They're pretty cool. So yeah, tomorrow let's play some Dusk. But for now, I'm gonna go get a little bit more rest, just a little bit more rest, and hopefully tomorrow I'll feel much better, right? And I'm gonna plug things real quick. Oh, oops. I'm just gonna plug my coffee. Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. And also, I have my socials. I think I'm gonna... Yeah, by the way, I don't think I'll be using Twitter as much. I think Twitter will just be me looking at dragon pictures until I'm asked to use money, right? So until that I'm asked to pay to use Twitter, I will still be there retweeting a lot of dragon stuff, gold stuff that I like. But in the meantime, I'll socializing wise, I think I'll be using a little bit more on Blue Sky. So of course, if you ever like want to use Blue Sky and you don't have the code for it, I have several codes, I believe. 2? I think 2 codes I have. So if you're ever curious that you want to try out Blue Sky, you can always just like message me, tell me about it right here if you want to, or DM me if you want to try out Blue Sky. I can give the code and you can try out Blue Sky yourself. To me, Blue Sky is like no algorithm. It's not like no algorithm, but it doesn't cater to political views, right? it's like even on Twitter, I mostly just repost dragons arts and crafts and shit, and then all the ads that I got in Twitter, it's all just like political stuff and of course scams. So it's a little bit terrible, and I think Blue Sky doesn't have that, which I feel, hey, Blue Sky is pretty appreciated. Yeah? I appreciate that. No political standpoint. I can just admire dragon in its entirety and just like, oh my god, that's a dragon. I can just do that. So I'll be using Blue Sky just a little bit more, right? Just a little bit more. Yeah, of course, YouTube is just where I put all my archive all my VODs and stuff, right? So if you ever want to like check out what I've been doing, the games I played lately. I did have some playlists if you want to check out what games I have played. If you're ever curious, I have a YouTube channel where I just archive all my VODs. So yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I'm gonna type in the raid to Ixon real quick. Hi Ion. Nikita Bean. Hello. Hope you're doing good. I'm gonna type in the rate real quick. Eggs and fire. I think that's the... There it is. Okay, I type in the rate. TY? No problem. Oh, I assume that's like a short for my name. TY. Thai teal. But yeah, beans. I still like this a lot, by the way. Just one bone. Anyway, I type in the rate, so I'm gonna go take a bit. Hi, coffee. Coffee look. Coffee look. Coffee look. Coffee look. Coffee look. Coffee look. Beans. Yeah, looking at beans. You're gonna get beaned. The beautiful wow. You're looking at beans. Thanks for stream. Thanks for being here. I enjoy Faith a lot. And I'm so glad I came back to the game and just finished it to almost to its entirety, but I just cannot do the good Christian boy achievement. That's too much. Your ending? Well, yeah. I've been up for 5 hours. I want sustenance. I want food. And of course to recover a little bit from my hypo symptoms. I messed up the dosage, but I'm fine. You just woke up? Oh yeah, time zone is wild, isn't it? Wait, if you're just waking up, it's 6:14 p.m. here. Can I do math? I mean, I don't know. My time zone is weird. Sorry, coffee. But maybe I'll stream a little bit longer on Saturday. Probably, I don't know. Today I could stream longer, but I just feel a little bit tired. Just a little bit tired. $10:15-ish in UK. Wow. When coffee's a heavy sleeper. No, it's fine. Dragon is supposed to be a heavy sleeper. Now, why is my kid? Why is my nephew shouting? Nah, I'm sure it's fine. Everyone's like. Yeah, everyone's downstairs. It should be fine. I was out late trying to catch someone but didn't manage it. Oh, I know that feeling so hard. Oh god, can I share something? Ooh, I want to share a little bit of story of mine. Speaking of like out late trying to catch someone streaming. It's my first time trying to do that when I was in university, which is like about 5 years ago, I would say. 5 years ago, about. So there's this streamer by the name of Tianlong, or like character. So usually Tianlong streams on YouTube, and usually when Tianlong starts streaming, it's either 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. in the morning. So I have to like, oh god, I don't want to sleep, but I want to sleep, but I don't want to miss. I don't want to miss Tianlong's stream, because I don't know. It's like the first time I enjoy someone streaming. It's like, oh god, maybe streaming is fun. No, and watching someone else stream is also pretty fun too. Even though I'm still like lurking, just listening. It's great. I like that feeling. And then because of that, I developed something of I slept at if I know the schedule of Tianlong, because Tianlong doesn't stream as often. Tianlong streams usually like once per week, if I remember correctly. So because of that, I'm allowed. I can do like I slept at I believe 5 or 6 p.m. and then I woke up in the midnight, eat a meal, and then I just like, hey, I can join Tianlong's stream without too much trouble. So it's kind of interesting because I was living alone, and I can just like sleep whenever I want. I feel like, oh hey, that's some sort of freedom I can do, because I didn't think about like I didn't think about sleeping at 6 or 5 back then until one faithful day I was just like, huh, why don't I just sleep at 5 and then wake up at 2? Why don't I just sleep at 5 and wake up at 2 just to catch someone streaming? And I did that, and I was very happy about it. But I was not happy about the sleep schedule though, because it made me feel weirdly groggy with that sleep schedule. It made me feel weirdly groggy, but I'll take it, because I get to look at Tianlong's stream. But yeah, what you did just reminds me of that time of me trying to catch a dragon streaming, of course. Dragon streaming, how can I miss that? Hi, Roxas. Oh, Roxas. You're going to firm, right? I don't remember your answer. I feel like I asked you like 10 times already, but I don't remember. Yeah, probably. Those two words don't go together. No ticket still. Oh, so you can only go for a lobby con or something? But then the security team mention something about they don't condone lobby con. No one hang out also. Hey, yeah, you can. I'm sure got people want to hang out if you want, ma. I think. I mean, for sure one lah, not I think lah. I mean, I thought you are quite active in some. With whose community again? There was like a Telegram chat that I saw you quite active, but I might be wrong. Or maybe that's like a different person that I remembered wrong. No? Guess not then. I don't know. I still haven't announced that I'll be, well, announced is a big word, but still, I haven't say that I'll be staying at KL until 16th of December. So I'll be staying at KL for 1 extra week, but I don't have anything planned, so I don't know what to do. I might want to find someone to like bring me out and mama a little bit. I'll see what I can do. See how it is like. Yeah lah, see how it is though. Okay lah, I mean, it should be fine if you want to like lobby con a little bit. You can also, I don't know how you would contact me though if I'm in suit. 1K people. Yeah, I hope Hotel Armada is big enough, to be honest. No, but like I heard that CT has like the foreign convention has all the rooms for the convention instead of like a few rooms that's inaccessible. But this time it's like all the rooms possible. No? Hi numbers. Thank you. How's the snake you doing? I was about to raid, but I just want to share something. Oh my god, all the pets. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's the snake. Prepare to get shouted at. And get shouted. Ah, re. Re. Wow, Nita. Thank you, Nita. How dare? No, I dare. I'm gonna shout at the snake. Because I can. Maybe go one day, see how. Yeah, maybe like even on day 0 you could try. If nothing, the second day no need go. You could find me lah. I think can find me what. But I feel like you in lobby. I probably won't. Oh, I probably won't in the lobby though. You have to go to like 3rd floor. I think I'll be there most of the time. Question mark. Look, the thing is, I will go to the convention, but I have no plan. Like, I have no plan for myself what to do. I have no idea. I'm so confused. I'm probably just there mucking around and don't know what to do. I am a tad bit worried that I go to convention and I didn't do anything. I don't know. Maybe I worry too much. No ticket, cannot go in. Yeah lah. But then lobby is like 1st floor, what? The entrance, what? I think if you want, I mean, a lot of people have been doing like entrance con a little bit. Entrance con? Question mark? Like an entrance con? I don't know. Which I don't think it's a good idea as well, because yeah, like I mentioned, security team doesn't like that, I think. But honestly, see you lah. You could try. I mean, okay, look, 2018, affirm 2018, Roland's don't have ticket but still snuck in. Roland snuck in for a few hours, I think, and then just ran off. Which I don't blame him. Maybe you could try that. I don't know, but it's very dangerous now. I don't condone that shit. I don't condone that shit. Thank you. Welcome back, Perry. Oh, I bonked my mic. How was D&D? Hopefully D&D was good. Not Gibby. Gibby. Ugh. It got someone borrowed ticket. Maybe can. No. But then I cannot borrow my ticket to you. What? If I borrow my ticket to you, you're not. You don't suit. I cannot. My one is suitor one. Or if you can find like a handler. If there's someone out there willing to borrow you a ticket. Not like no suit can go. Okay, fair. No borrowing tickets. Yeah, I mean, borrowing tickets is a little bit of a dangerous action as well. I get that. Le boop. I like the boops. Thank you. Oh yeah, what was I trying to raid into Exon? Boop good. Boop good. Can I do the myth, the legend booping myself? Oh my god, I have to point middle finger at myself. This is middle finger, by the way. that is that is middle finger. It's so funny. I'm literally pointing middle finger. But no, because this is forefinger, by the way. So in case you guys don't know, thanks. His price too expensive, cannot afford. Not sure does I got. Now no finger. Now my finger is still here. Look at that shit. Oh, by the way. Hey! Hey, fuck lah. Walao, what are you doing? I tried to show my pin. Okay, here. Index. Middle. Ring. And pinky. So it's like, I only have 4 fingers. And each of them only have 1 bone. It's so funny every time I mention it. But it works. The thing is, it works. I'm so surprised that it works. And I'll take it any day. 6K? What? Oh, 6K Daza one. Yeah, Daza suit quite expensive one. But then 6K okay lah. What? 6K is like. Oh, partial. Oh yo. Partial 6K. Yeah lah, a little bit spicy lah. But then again, it's suit one. It's suit, eh? It's suit 6K partial okay lah. Oh, hi Tikaka and Hitomancy. Oh, what a dance! Look at that. Oh, Tikaka, I found the dungeon finder thing and I've been leveling quite a bit. Oh, so everyone look at Tikaka. Tikaka, Cobalt friend. Can afford now my 7 pay finish. Oh god. Thank you. Must support Cobalt. Cobalt up hack tactics. Just let me know if you want company for dungeons. Okay. And so far so good, because as a tank I feel like it's way easier to find dungeons. I feel like no one does tank in that game. I don't know, because every time I chose my role as tank, and then when I press join queue, and it's like your queue is ready, press F to ready or something like that. It's like being a tank is good. I like tanky. I just like to go up close and personal and not dying. Tank? Yeah lah, tank lah. You don't play MMO? Hello? Excuse-moi, I've been playing this one, you little seed. Nah, Elder Scrolls Online. I should be playing for 180 hours, that's kinda scary. But then again, this is like a lot of years back when I was playing during university years. And then a lot of the time it's actually just me opening up the launcher and forgot to close it. I don't know why. It's like the closer, the launcher counts into how many hours that you've played. It's like, I'm just opening up the launcher. Why would you count that as my playtime? And a 0, and that's my playtime. Hey yo, oh my god. 1800. Hey, I can respect that. Oh, sorry. I mean, I cannot judge people when I have like 1k hours on, when I have more than 1k hours on Monster Hunter World. I cannot. Games are fun, okay? I like games. Games good. Kobo tank best? Yeah. I can I can become like a little bit of a dragon. I shouldn't have played a healer so we could do an insta-Q team. Ooh. Oh, doesn't Argonian excels in healing a little bit because of the ratio skill line that allows Argonian to improve healing capabilities? Right? I think Argonian is like the inherent healer. Huh. Yeah, there is. Increase healing done. Yeah, by 1%, I think. 1%. 1% is a lot of numbers. Big numbers. Sounds like you guys are going to have a raiding party. A Kobold raiding? Hell yeah. But I don't think it's a raid, it's like a dungeon. I mean, we're a raiding dungeon, pretty much. Although, whenever I go to dungeon, people just like hold shift and run all the time. It's like, oh my god, stop, everyone is so fast. They just rush everything. It's like, oh god. It's a bit of a problem, but I'll manage. As long as I get the experience and a lot of good loot. I like the loot. ESO Raticos trials take 12 members. Especially if it's Fungal Grotto. It is Fungal Grotto. Everyone just gonna go fast and jumping off waterfalls. I mean, I get that it's MMO. You know, when I play Maple Story, I also go fast as well, right? I don't blame them. But, it's kind of hard to keep up. Like, there's at one point I was in Funko Grotto, and then there's like one really strong character. I don't know what their job is, but they're using like some sort of staff. Like, they like shoot a little bolts and shit. And then they just went and killed everything, and I didn't get the last boss loot because I was too far. And I was like, my loot, you suck. God damn it, my loot. I was too far, and then the boss corpse is not glowing for me. It's like, god damn it, man, my loot. So I was a little bit upset about that. It's like, we can duo that dungeon for you to get all the loot. Is duo dungeoning possible? I mean, I can do some damage with like the talent choking skill, like AoE skills, and boss wise I could taunt the boss and also make the boss just like deal less damage, and I can keep spamming ultimate as well. That's my current like game plan, at least. Just spam them, do less damage to me, and I can get shield by shouting at the sky, and I get some shield. Can just walk in. Ooh, okay. Nothing is impossible for determined Kobos. Yeah, they're gonna get it. Determined Kobos? Hell yeah. Let's bring the Yipnado to them. Yipnado! They're gonna get yipped to death. They're gonna get Kobold yipped. I don't know, maybe I'll play a little bit tonight. Probably, most likely. I'm gonna play a little bit tonight. I'll skip on Counter-Strike today. It's been a while since I last played ESO. Kinda want to play a little bit. But also I want to do the raid real quick because I'm getting hungry. I want consumage. I need the consumage. Also, let me type the raid. There it is. I copied it down. Get them good numbs. I will. I forgot I have no thumbs, but you can imagine a thumb coming out. Oh wait, maybe if I do. Thumb. Index. Good food. Always feel free to poke the kill if you want company in game. Definitely. I'll keep that in mind. But for now, I'm gonna go get food. Thanks for streaming. It was fun watching you play while playing D&D. Oh, nice. Good to know. And I hope you did enjoy your D&D session. Definitely. It's getting dark. Okay, I type in rate. So tomorrow I'll play some Dusk. It's been a while since I last played any shooting game, a shooting bang bang game. Yeah. They almost got eaten by a loop garo. Heck yeah, best combos. Combo good. You know what? When you do my hand. When you do double electric into forward forward 2-3 into back forward 3 back forward 2-3. And then you do a CD 441 for the maximum wall carry, and then if they split the wall you can dash and do back 3-2 into 1+2. Okay, don't mind me speaking tech and shit. Have you played Ultra Kill? I'm really excited for it to come out. I played Ultra Kill. I think I stopped at trying to get P rank for 4-2 because it's so hard. Someday I'll go back to it, but I finished the game and then get all the P ranks for Act 1 and then failed miserably at Act 2 4-2, and I just kind of stopped. I kind of stopped playing it for a little bit. Maybe I should get back someday, probably. But for now, I'm gonna do Dusk. The shooty bang bang games, like pew pew. Waiting for the full release before going back to it. That's fair. Full release is soon, right? I've seen the developer have some teasers on the game. For the game. Haven't carried me in CS. Hiya, I'm the one that's being carried all the time. I'm not the carried one. I always clowning. The pew pew. The pew pew is very good. Should be soon, I think. Hell yeah, that's good to know. My brain shut down for a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna rate. New machine gun spam carry. Look, I use MP9 and hairdryer only, ho. MP9 and hairdryer and carry. Cannot carry lah, I keep dying. What? Yeah, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. Know that you guys are loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Okay? Where's my left hand like? And here comes right to Ixon. Boom. Yeah, much love. Let me do this right, shinies. Also, love your face, Tylra. Love, you know what? I love your face too. That's right. It's definitely rare that I hear someone says love your face. Take it. Thank you. I'm gonna wait for the timer to go down. Those are the rate message if you want. But I'm gonna do a shout out towards Ixon just in case that someone got left behind. Ixon. Via. That is where we rated to. Love your ears? I mean, my ears is nothing compared to Nan's ears. But thank you. I like the horn. I like the ram horn. Curved horn is definitely my number one thing. It was all great when I saw it on Twitch. All creative people said that. Kill. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care of yourself. Smooches. Bye bye. Bye bye. It's not all about the size, both are cute. True. Bye bye.